All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session here on Wednesday, January 22nd. I am the new chair here for 2025, Kelly McNicholas Curry, and here we have this is your first voting session, isn't this? Jeffrey Woodruff, our new commissioner, who has replaced Steve Child, and Greg Poshman, also serving with us. And then Francie Jacober is attending the Colorado River District Board meetings yesterday and today on our board's behalf. She will try to join in remotely for the later portions of the meeting when they conclude their work. Pardon my lunch display here. And then Patty Clapper has had some emergency come up, and so I do not think she will be joining us today, but we will keep an eye out on her in case she can join us remotely. So thank you all. And do we have any additions or deletions to today's agenda, either Rye or John?
No additions or deletions to today's agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have anyone in the room who wishes to provide public comment on any items that are not already listed for public comment on today's agenda? Yes, sir, please come up.
Oh, I have to wait till the meeting is over, or how does it work?
Well, is it for an item that's listed on the agenda?
I just flew from Europe. You're doing an agenda on tree lights on Red Mountain?
Yeah, and we will take comment later in the meeting on that.
And is that like a 4-hour process or 2 hours, 1 hour?
Probably in an hour.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Are there other folks in the audience, anyone who wishes, no, anyone online who wishes to provide public comment for an item not listed for public hearing today on the agenda?
Well, I'll make another public.
You'll have to come up to the microphone, please, and introduce yourself. And again, please direct it towards items that we will not take public comment on later. Welcome.
Mr. Darcy, Wrights Road, Aspen, Red Mountain. I'll be making comments about the construction traffic.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, I thought you were doing it during the... Okay. For the last 3.5 years, there's been nothing but 30, 40 cars parked on Wrights Road during construction, and half the construction was without permits issued by Pickens County upstairs. And 260, 205, 419, 502 Wrights Road. There was numerous I made numerous complaints since 2022, and none of them was heard from the developers. And now it's happening again today. But the tree lights right now that's the major problem I have right now.
Okay.
I have a neighbour's house just sold, just completed, and their kitchen lights is like Aspen Airport. Mm-hmm. So that needs to be addressed as well. It's a Charles Conifer design house, and even just coming up to the flush of Red Mountain, it's like Aspen Airport. And the lights are coming into my house, into my bedroom.
Well, thank you for that input. We will address our updated standards for dealing with those problems throughout the county later today relative to your concerns about building permit violations. I would request that you connect with our ComDev, or if Rye can take down your name and we can follow up with you on getting those properly submitted so that our code enforcement can follow up.
Okay, and then my biggest concern is the people who bought 260 Wrights Road, they're just moving in this week. 260 was working with no permits since day one.
Yes, and we take that very seriously. So we'd like those claims to be filed properly with our
okay, but
code
do we get
enforcement.
compensated for construction that went on since 2022?
I'm not going to get in a debate on how our code enforcement process works or if there will be an active violation filed, but I do encourage you to maybe talk with Rye so he can take your name and number. He's our county attorney.
Business card if you have. Okay, well, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and then wait till...
Yes, if you want to give us comments on the ordinance relative to updating our lighting code, we will do that in about an hour.
An hour.
Thank
Okay,
you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Okay, is there anyone online who wishes to make public comment before we close public comment? You can, hit *9 to raise your hand or your Zoom function. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to the board for any commissioner comments today. Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you. Yeah, I hate to bring it up again because I don't know if we've resolved the board retreat location yet, but it kind of started getting at me. It's like, maybe I just don't understand the meaning of a retreat, but it seems to me that I'd like to have a retreat, a location, and a time blocked out that's inspirational and remote enough that it takes us out of our typical routines. And I think we have an incredible opportunity. So I wanted to just put my vote back in for Toklot, only because it's a new facility and we should get to know it. They've just spent a lot of time and money renovating it and turning it into a public space. And so, if we have to make the food ourselves, I'd be happy to contribute to that. I don't think we can make this more. Might be able to make it easier on ourselves. And I know it's a burden for people to drive 10 miles up Castle Creek, but it is Pitkin County. It's an important asset to the community, and I realize how important it is to me. So I'm just putting my pitch back in for the retreat.
I might
at Toklot.
ask if we revisit it in open discussion when you have another board member who didn't hear that yesterday, and we can maybe give some clearer direction when
We
Francie
could do that. I
joins.
can bring it back, squeaky wheel, sure.
Okay.
Thanks, that's it.
Do you have any other comments for today?
No.
Okay, thank you. Jeffrey, any commissioner comments today? Okay. Well, I hope everyone out there is staying warm in this cold snap that we have and trying to enjoy winter as best as possible and staying safe on the roads. I also want to acknowledge some grant monies that we've heard about recently. As you may know, we've had our commissioners who traveled to Washington in December and successfully advocated for $2 million in RAISE grant funding that will help us with multimodal transportation planning out at the airport. And looking forward to kicking that off as we, really envision that portion of the county for the future. So thank you for all your hard work, and thank you to our senators for advocating for that. Thank you for our former President Biden on getting those monies out the door before he finished up on Monday. And then also acknowledging that the Bureau of Reclamation has also recently awarded monies to many projects in our region, and specifically to support a U.S. Forest Service project that our Healthy Rivers and Streams program, essentially, I think, really we're the incubator for relative to studying beavers up in the forest and their contributions to our watershed and to healthy forests. And so, again, thank our delegation for supporting those fundings to really take this work on into the future. And so that's very exciting, and congrats to our Healthy Rivers and Streams program on their advocacy there. And with that, let's move on to consent items. We have 2 items on our consent agenda: the minutes of the January 8th regular meeting and the January 14th special meeting, as well as a resolution of the BoCC approving the list of highway user tax fund roads. And as point of process for a new commissioner, you can request, any of the board members can request to pull an item for discussion off of the consent agenda rather than voting to approve or deny those in one sweep. And so I'll look to board members to see if anyone wishes to pull those off for discussion.
I'd make a motion to approve the consent items as is together.
Okay, okay, so any further discussion on those? And these are both the matter of course. We annually approve our list of how we use our highway user tax, the roads that are eligible for highway user tax funds.
Just wanted to say thanks, DJ.
Yeah, thanks for coming down.
DJ, thank you for increasing the length of Nicholson Creek Road to its proper distance. We really appreciate that. Having
Good.
hiked it once or twice, it's not less than a quarter of a mile, so thank you.
And these are funds that come, pass through from the state down to us. They're never enough to accomplish all of our needs for our roads. And we always defend them against budget cuts every year, which the state is going to have a bit of a bloodbath about, in general, with their budget cuts that we're looking at. So with that, do you have further comment?
Well, we can't expect the Aspen bypass anytime soon.
Thankfully.
We have a motion to approve the HUTF resolution.
Yes, so we have a motion from Greg on the consent agenda, a second from Jeffrey, and I will call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye? Okay, thanks for coming down, DJ. Let's see. All right, moving on to individual consideration items. So this is a first reading, and we will set this for a public hearing on February 12th, where at the public hearing we will take public comment. An ordinance of the BoCC approving and authorizing the chair to sign a lease agreement between the BoCC and Community Health Services for space at the Health and Human Services Building. Do we have Jody Grady online at all? I know I've seen her in the building.
I saw her in the building earlier. I'm happy to start the conversation while we're waiting for her, if the chair would like. I did work on this a little bit, but
Great.
I probably don't have the same amount of details that she has
Okay.
on the project. This is a lease with our community health services for some of the space they lease from us. We're out at the Health and Human Services building. I'm pulling up the lease right now just so I can remind the board or myself where we landed on this. I believe the conversation today that is substantially different from the existing lease out there is that the term of the proposed term of this lease would be for 3 years instead of 1 year. And I think both administratively as well as providing certainty to the nonprofit entity that's leasing from us out there, that makes sense to do that. I do not have the very many other specifics than that at the moment. And Jody may be in the building, but I can certainly try and field any questions from you. I did work with Jody and our finance department with respect to modifying the term of the lease to 3 years. We kind of balance, when we're looking at terms of some of our leases, we're balancing flexibility for the for county staff and our planning for a particular space with providing enough certainty to whomever our lessee is to make investment in the property and or be reasonably certain their operation's going to continue in that space. So we did talk with finance about it. I know Jody talked with finance about it at my request with respect to keeping track of the revenue and things like that. And ultimately, Liz and finance said a 3-year lease would be acceptable to finance as well. So
this is a
Okay, Greg, go
1-year
ahead.
lease, but it has 2 renewals.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
annual lease with 2 1-year renewals, which we would anticipate under the same terms. For the public, I know you have this in your packet, but the lease is at the Schultz Health and Human Services building. It's for 1,945 square feet. We value that lease. Jody, I was just taking up airtime for you. But,
I was too. I just wasn't doing a very good job.
we value that as an in-kind donation of $68,092.50. We do not charge rent. We consider this nonprofit to be a critical partner in providing public health services, particularly clinical public health services that are not otherwise provided through our public health department.
Great, thank you. Hi, Jody, welcome.
I
And-
apologize. I thought we started at 1.
Oh, no, that's okay. Welcome. And, we have gotten through, Rye walked us through the lease term, so 1 year with 1 year possible renewals, the conversations with finance about this being okay. John gave us an overview of the amount and the services that Community Health Services provide. So if there's anything else you'd like to let us
The
know.
only other change from the template that we normally use is we have been charging $30 a square foot, even though it's an in-kind. That was increased by $5, so it's $35 a square foot in-kind donation from the Board of County Commissioners, just to right size and be closer to what the community rents are out there.
Okay, that's helpful to understand.
And the
Yes, John?
reality is that's probably shooting low from
It's
a
very
private
low.
sector. Yeah.
Okay. Other questions, Greg?
I just noted in the lease that, we cover the utilities.
Correct.
There's a recycling rule for the lessee's responsibilities for recycling and composting, and I think that's great. I'm glad to see that in there. I see there's a no pets rule. I'm sure there's a good reason for that, but if there isn't, let's not have a no pets rule.
Yeah, that no pet rule has been in there since the 35 years I've been here.
People used to have tigers then.
I think that it was part of the function of the building was the nonprofits, the community services such as mental health and public health, and especially with the overnight shelter and detox. I think it also makes it rough to have that clientele bringing in animals, but they do allow, of course, service animals.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jody's absolutely right. This is about the services and population that's being served, many of whom have experienced traumas or those sorts of things. It's not always appropriate to have pets in the office then.
Well, and even public health, because of the stuff that they're dealing with. So.
Got it. Thanks for the explanation on that, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll just note, Community Health Services has been a long partner of ours in providing critical health services to the community, including prenatal care for uninsured and vaccinations for folks who have no other access to them, as well as travel vaccinations for folks who need them. So I'm delighted to continue our partnership.
What we love about them out there, too, is they are open 5 days a week. Some holidays that the county honors, they're still working. They have quite a clientele. They really are servicing the community. I've been working out there a couple of days a month, and it's just amazing to watch how many people are coming to see them.
Good, thank
Really
you for that
great.
input. Yeah.
Could I ask one more
Yes, go
question,
ahead,
just
Greg.
about the insurance? So I'm not familiar with the term subrogation, but are we an additionally insured on their policy? Is that how it works? They have to buy insurance, and we're listed as in the building in the county
Yes.
for liability policies.
Yeah, all of our lessees are required to have a policy that lists us as an additional insured.
Okay, thanks. I'll have to
Yes,
learn what
Jeffrey.
Would you entertain a
subrogation means.
motion?
I will.
So one edit to the document. As much as we're all going to be around in the year 20,205, I would
Oh
make
my
it. I might suggest that we change that to
that?
2025.
Thank you.
This is a really long-term lease.
But
you've
at this
got here.
point, a 3-year lease that lasts 20,000 years. An ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, lease agreements between the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, and Community Health Services.
Second, if that was. what you-
Okay, second with the friendly amendment, and that will come back to us for public hearing on February 12th. Okay, I will call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And where's the 20,000 year thing?
So
I'm
the
still-
20,205, the year 20,000, it's on on the recitals. It says through December 31st, 20,205.
Got it.
So please change that to 2025.
We'll fix that. I think Community Health Services snuck that in for some.
Yeah.
I think it's a requirement of the District 4 Commissioner to provide edits to all the documents, because you're filling
he's like fit right
Steve
into the
very
slot.
well. Yeah.
I just dot eyes. you know?
Thanks,
That's
Steve.
good. Okay, thanks, Jody. Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you, Jody. Sorry for the edits on the fly.
Great to see you.
Okay, we're going to move on to individual consideration items. This is a second reading and a public hearing on an ordinance of the BoCC authorizing the joint purchase of Three Meadows Ranch in partnership with Eagle County and the Aspen Valley Land Trust. And we will ask Dale Will, our Open Space and Trails Acquisition Director, to join us.
His Confederates, too. They're all here.
Got the whole team, or, well, not the whole team.
Yeah, invite up anyone. Hi, nice, welcome
back.
over from Eagle County.
Thank you, Kelly. I am Dale Will, Director of Acquisitions for Pitkin County Open Space, and I'm joined by Marcia Giles and Britt Parker from Eagle County. And we're happy to be back with second reading. I know Rye's gone upstairs to get hard copies of the funding agreement that we've been working hard to finalize, and we are down to the last few clerical errors. So we're going to send it over to Jeffrey for a final review before we autograph it. But in any event, the purchase that we're proposing to do collectively here is the Three Meadows Ranch. Paul Holsinger is helping remotely, and he's got his beautiful map up on the screen for everyone. I just love this map. On the left side, you've got Glenwood Canyon, and on the right side, you've got the Frying Pan Canyon. This map shows really what a big piece of property this is and how important it is to the landscape that we all inhabit. Spans sort of two different watersheds, although primarily most of it drains down into our side of this, into the Roaring Fork watershed, which is why both the Pitkin County Open Space staff and the Pitkin County Open Space Board believe that it's very appropriate for us to participate in this acquisition. As we talked about during first reading, protecting something of this scale in our watershed provides a lot of great benefits for our citizens. Protecting the habitat up there. I'm told there's a resident herd of elk up there, and we've got Tom Cardamone here that can regale you with more information about the wildlife up there. I think Greg was just talking to the prior owner, Bill, this weekend, who said going in there is like going on African safari, because you can see all these animals who are living their lives without a lot of disturbance from everyone, and so it's a pretty unique habitat setting. But protecting this also benefits us by avoiding the suburban sprawl that might otherwise take place up there. I think without our two programs and the work of Aspen Valley Land Trust, we would see a subdivision all the way from Gypsum to Elgibel. And all those people have got to drive and shop and all those things. And although I love immigrants, don't get me wrong, I think our valleys do have carrying capacities, and it's nice to be able to avoid that impact of the sprawl up there. So the partnership that we've put together, as we've discussed, includes a proposed contribution towards this purchase from Eagle County of $12.5 million, and I'll give these guys a chance to share their feelings about that in a moment, as well as a donation from the Wexner family to the Aspen Valley Land Trust of $7.5 million, with the balance of $7.7 million of the $27.7 million purchase we propose coming from Pitkin County. And I want to give a shout out to Great Outdoors Colorado, who loaned us $10 million after we spent our fund drive last year around the same time on the Snowmass Falls Ranch. I'm in communication with their finance director, who could not be happier that they loaned us the money and that it's going to this purpose. So it takes a village and input from private and nonprofit and government sectors, and with the state looking on favorably, this is all pretty exciting for us. I guess that's everything that I have to say on behalf of the Pitkin County Open Space Department, unless you have questions for me before I invite our other guests to speak about this.
All right, let's check in with board members. Are there questions for Dale at this moment? Greg, go ahead.
I'd love it if you just elaborate how many people were involved in making this happen, and how did your board respond? Like, just so I think it'd be great if the public understood how many people had to agree to make this happen.
Well, I'll have to think about that. We've had the volunteer citizen boards of both the Pitkin County Open Space Program and the Eagle County Open Space Program. our board being 5 members and yours being 7? Oh, 6 members. Unanimous support from both those boards. We've got the staff from, well, I should maybe mention the Aston Valley Land Trust Board, and I'm not even sure the number on that board, but they are all volunteers as well, who've unanimously supported this. And then we've got the staff at Pitkin County Open Space, Eagle County Open Space, and Aspen Valley Land Trust. You've got your powerhouse sitting right here, Ryan Neely, who has put in a lot of hours, and a lot of it not during banking hours, including all weekend, working on this. You've got the very able attorney who represents the Wexner family, who's put in a lot of hours on this with his partner, Pat McAllister, and we appreciate that. You've got 2 boards of county commissioners.
EcoFlight.
Oh, EcoFlight.
Thanks.
So, I don't, I'm gonna say, it wouldn't surprise me if 50 individuals had to get behind this and do it fairly quickly to be sitting here today proposing that we do this. And I have to say also, not a single nay has popped up in all these conversations. I've yet to run into anybody that says, yeah, shouldn't do this. So it's reassuring when an idea like this, which Greg honestly came from you. You're the one that lit the match and threw it on the fire pile. But
It was a fire pile with gasoline on it already.
well,
it was so
apparently
just
so.
went-
But that's just been great. And for me personally, it's been very exciting. I worked on the Jerome Park deal, 4,700 acres, and I've been studying parcels in our watershed for 25 years now. I never thought in my wildest dreams that Pitkin County would be involved in a conservation project of this scale again, and yet here we are. So, I've been quite energized by this and fortunate to have great backup from Rye and Paul in making this all come together for Pitkin County's part of this.
If I could, I was kind of thinking about a way we could acknowledge all the people that were involved in this, and so I'd love to make a print of that, maybe with something that for people to remember. This is pretty huge.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a big party up there
A
this
big party.
summer,
And
and
that.
I'll pay for the booze, and we'll do it that way. But some of both.
Greg will split it with you.
Yeah.
I should. Well, thanks, Dale. Dale, I remember our first meeting was only slightly more than 2 months ago when we started on this, and you and Tom Cardamone and Suzanne Stevens were at the table
Bob
with
Schultz.
Bob Schultz,
Right.
and the wheels just started turning from there, and it went out so quickly.
Like this
And
big
you
boulder,
guys
you
came in
give
so
it a
well.
gentle push, and it starts moving.
And
you're
our
like,
first
"Oh my
flight with
goodness."
Jeffrey came on our first eco flight.
Yeah.
So, is that raise your hand up? You want to say something?
I'm gonna wait until board comments,
Oh,
and
sure.
then I just wanted to describe what I passed out to the
Oh, great.
BoCC here,
Yeah.
so, but
Well, thank you.
I
That's
can wait
enough
for
for me.
board comments.
No,
too.
why don't we go ahead and do that
Okay.
and just sort of
Yeah.
cover nuts and bolts? And let me just make sure first, do you have a question for Dale before we turn it over to Rye?
And I would love to hear from Eagle as well.
Yeah.
We will. Let's do
No, I
nuts and
think-
bolts
I think Rye's
first,
gonna
and then we'll
cover
go to
it.
Eagle, and then public comment, and then come back for board comments.
Sure, I just wanted to make sure, so I passed out what are, a couple things that are very important and related to the ordinance that's in front of you right now. The first one is a funding agreement, which sets out basically the very basic and substantive terms of the deal that we have with our partners, which are Eagle County and Aspen Valley Land Trust. You can see that the draft I set out, or it's passed out to y'all, still has some notes on it because it is not totally final yet. But the substantive terms of the agreement are relatively final, and final enough that I believe the board can act on the ordinance in front of you all. And really those substantive terms start on page 3. And page numbers aren't on here yet even. So, but really the BoCC's contribution is outlined in paragraph 4, which does set out the board, or well, Pickens County's $7,700,000 contribution, as well as the amount of our partners' contribution, which is $12.5 million from Eagle County and $7.5 million from AVLT and their donor. The provisions related to ownership and management of the property continue after that in paragraph 5. Importantly, paragraph 6 of this agreement requires that all decisions related to the property be made unanimously between all the partners. So going forward, as we try and figure out what we're going to do with this property and we enter into a planning phase for it, we look at making all those decisions as a group and unanimously. The planning phase and some of the conceptual ideas for the property are outlined in section 7. And there are a number of those which Dale, I think, adequately described, including potential for Pickens County and Eagle to own the property, continuing ownership from AVLT subject to a voluntary donation of a conservation easement at some point, and or potential conveyance to a third party, either a qualified holder of a conservation easement and or the state or federal government, something like that. So those concepts are all outlined in here. Those are largely the substantive terms of the agreement, other than the other document I passed out for you is a restrictive covenant that would run to the benefit of Eagle County and Pickens County during the planning phase of this project. So the way that things are set out at the moment is title to the property will vest upon closing in AVLT through an entity they use for this purpose. And the property would then be burdened with this restrictive covenant that secures Pickens County's investment in the property, as well as Eagle's, but specific to what we're talking about today is Pickens County's investment. That covenant burdens the property from sale and or future encumbrance during the planning phase, which right now we have at 3 years. There's a potential to move it to 5 years, but we can adjust that as needed. In any event, the restrictive covenant does run to the benefit of the county and ultimately would need to be released by Pickens and Eagle County upon the expiration of the planning phase, whether that planning phase expires by agreement of the parties or expires by the passage of time, at which time, in which case the property would, AVLT would convey the property to Pickens and Eagle County and potentially retain a conservation easement. So all those possibilities outlined in these two documents, and the county's financial contribution is as well. So if you have any specific questions about those, you'll see there's still some notes and highlights in these documents, but the way the ordinance is drafted, it would allow me to clean all that stuff up if you all are okay with the terms that are generally outlined here. So.
Okay,
So,
let's
question.
ask questions. Greg, go ahead and then John.
So we have a planning phase in which is fairly clearly laid out. After that planning phase, does the possibility still exist that the partnership could sell or carve off a piece of this land for any number of purposes, including housing or renewable energy, or an appropriate use that is in an area that is non-conservation? Just want to know if that's still a possibility.
Nothing in these two documents in front of you would prohibit any of those hypothetical uses, other than our general prohibitions on conversion of open space property and or recouping the funds invested into the property should one of those hypotheticals happen. You cannot convert open space property into a housing use, for example, but there have been instances where to the extent a portion of the property was not deemed essential to the conservation values, that there could be a future disposition of a portion of the property or sale of a portion of the property. And these agreements generally allow during the planning phase and or contemplate a hypothetical sale of a portion of the property if the parties agree to that. And that could be to a third party that has not been specified other than saying that sale could take place and it could be to a third party that we have yet to identify. So if that was a housing trust of some kind or some entity that was interested in renewable energy, that's always a possibility, but we'd have to make that sale within the bounds of Pickens County's charter restrictions as it relates to open space property, and I would assume any restrictions that Eagle County may have and or AVLT with respect to those potential or to that potential. Both AVLT, Pickens County, and I believe Eagle County all have policies that are akin to our biodiversity policies, as well as requirements to maintain the initial investment for the original purpose, which is in this case conservation, and particularly conservation of high quality wildlife habitat. But that was a long way of saying that
so can I
no,
just
you could
clarify?
potentially do that.
You could potentially do it, but if you overlay a conservation easement on the entire thing at the beginning, that does sound like it precludes it.
That very well could, and that's one of the reasons we're not overlaying a conservation easement at this time. There was a discussion about whether during the period we're in right now, where we're doing contract review and due diligence, it would make sense to try and craft that conservation easement. But given, one, the scale of the property, meaning it's pretty big, two, the involvement of our partners, and three, the unknown goals that we may be able to achieve through the project, that entering into a planning phase where we study the property, establish what ecological values it has, what other conservation values it has, whether they be agricultural or open space values, some of which are, well, a number of which are listed in these two documents. Once we can establish those, we can make a more informed decision about what to do with the property in the future.
Great. I think I've got my answer. Thank you. This is good work on this, and thank you all for.
And while I'm going through, I do want to thank Gideon and Patrick McAllister for their efforts, as well as the Pickens County Attorney's Office. We've been shooting drafts back and forth, and of course staff and everybody too. This has been going back like crazy for the last couple days. So
You mean Eagle County?
I'm sorry, Eagle County staff. So in any event,
Right.
thanks to all of you.
Thanks for that.
Jeffrey, go ahead.
Mine's quick. 51 pages of title commitment. Do we have a summary?
Yeah, so Jane did complete our initial title review on Friday last week, and I'm going through that. I need to send that out to all our partners, but that was an exceptional amount of work that Jane put together last week, and she's out of the office this week, much deserved. So it wasn't all out of the goodness of her heart that she got it done quick, but she did get it done, so I give her a lot of credit for that.
Thank her for that. Yeah.
Is that it? Okay. I do have just a couple questions. It's a lot of money. It's a big deal. There's more to refine here. Can you talked a little bit answering Greg's question about the conservation, not putting a conservation easement at this time. Is there benefits to like this instrument using a covenant as opposed to a deed of trust, I think we initially discussed, or a conservation easement, which may come down the pipe?
Sure, and Dale can probably help me a little bit with this, but I'll start out. With respect to your question about utilizing a deed of trust as opposed to, or utilizing this covenant
Restrictive
as
covenant,
opposed to
yeah.
a deed of trust, there are some constitutional prohibitions, and I mean the state of Colorado Constitution, with respect to the ability for local governments to borrow and lend money. With the deed of trust concept, I suppose one could construe that as the county lending the money for this acquisition, and that is not the intent. We have done deals in the past utilizing the open space fund where we have utilized a deed of trust to secure our investment in the property and ultimately converted that security interest into the form of a property interest, whether that be fee ownership or a conservation easement. For the purpose of this deal, it became apparent working with our partners that utilizing this covenant concept was, one, simpler, and two, cleaner within the bounds of our various partners' concerns about whether it be the restrictions of the state constitution and or our ability to enforce and or release this covenant in the future is really easy because we can just do that on our own whenever we choose to do that.
Okay, that's super helpful.
And then as far as the conservation easement and planning side of things, I think I'd let Dale and or even Eagle County staff weigh in on why it's, I think it's better to do it this way, but.
Well, yeah, there's a nuance in the document that has been suggested by AVLT, and it's based on the structure they used in the acquisition of the Kaufman property. But the state legislature amended the statutes regarding donation of conservation easements to allow nonprofits to claim a tax credit and then sell the tax credit to put cash back into these deals. And AVLT was able to do that with Kaufman. You might recall that we participated in that purchase and our funds were earmarked towards a conservation easement, and that easement was determined to have value in excess of the funds we put in. So the difference they were able to convert into a tax credit, which helped them with their acquisition costs. We're wanting to leave the door unlocked to explore a similar possibility here, where if this conservation easement is not required now and is done voluntarily through this decision-making structure that Rye already outlined, the hope is that it will be eligible for a state tax credit that can be claimed by AVLT, and that in that way the state can help us with this acquisition by decreasing our net costs on the thing. Now, all of that is dependent upon appraisals and very careful handling of all these documents, but the Rye's idea, and I give him credit for his brainstorm of doing a temporary covenant, leaves that door open while also avoiding some of the difficulties we were encountering with the deed of trust idea.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I'll just note, and this might be a good segue to invite our Eagle County partners, but the ordinance says that there's tentative approval of the $12.5 million from Eagle County, and it would be helpful to understand that, or if we should add a date expected or something along those lines. And please introduce yourselves. Nice to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you for having us, and I'm really excited about this partnership. I'm Marcia Gillis, the Director of Eagle County Open Space and Natural Resources. The question that you have about the tentative date, we just secured a date with our county commissioners on February 4th, so we'll be doing the same presentation or similar presentation to get public approval of funding this project for $12.5 million.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And is there anything else you'd
But
like?
you've got unanimous approval from your OSAC.
Yes, we do. As you mentioned before, we do have unanimous public vote of recommendation to our county commissioners for this project. I think it's something that to highlight. It is a very expensive project. But we are, acquiring 4,200 plus acres of property, and I think that price tag per acre is $6,000 something an acre. I mean, you just can't find that out there on landscape in Eagle County, right now. So I just think this is an incredible opportunity for us all. I think to note about the partnership and the relationship that we have together has already been. It has already been built, and so it just makes that easier for us to collaborate and participate as partners, because we already, co-manage and have other projects that we have in place, such as Glacier, that you're familiar with. So, a great working relationship, and we really appreciate this opportunity, and for you all to kind of help lead the charge in a lot of ways with this, just really stepping forward. I would say that our program is a little greener than Pitkin County's, so it really does help when we have this relationship and some mentoring that is also occurring as well. So we really appreciate Dell and the attorney's office and all the support that we're getting.
Did you want to answer your question about management or carrying? Okay. Francie had sent a question to me that I sent. I don't know if you saw it via email, but I thought I would just raise here relative to if ownership is being treated proportionally based on the contributions in the, in the purchase. So for the benefit of answering her question, could you talk to that, please?
Sure. So initially, title will vest in AVLT's entity, so it will own 100% of the fee interest in the property. So for all intents and purpose, AVLT will be the initial owner of the property, subject to the restrictive covenant running to the benefit of Eagle and Pitkin County, as well. And that covenant incorporates the terms of the funding agreement that we have. Ultimately, ownership will be sussed out and decided during the planning phase. The default under the agreement, should the planning phase expire without another plan being implemented, is AVLT would convey its fee interest in the property to Eagle and Pitkin County, proportionate to our investment. And I think it's 38.1% of the investment, and this is a share between Eagle and Pitkin, is Pickens, and the other is Eagles. So effectively, we would be tenants in common under that particular outcome. And I think that's a fine outcome. Given all the conversations we've had, I'd kind of be surprised if that's how it comes out. But if it does, that's great too. But that's how it would be effectively. And I don't know what we do with Glacier or anything like that, but our tenant in common relationship would be likely, almost certainly, governed by a separate agreement, whether that be an IGA between ourselves and Eagle County, or a co-tenancy agreement that would spell out our various rights and obligations with respect to the property long term, if that's where we land. And I think we have an IGA for Glacier, right?
We have an IGA, and in that case, Pitkin County owns the fee simple interest and Eagle County owns a conservation easement. But we collaborate almost, without over regard for those details. These are jointly owned properties, and we deploy the resources that we have as we can to make sure that they are well cared for, as the public doesn't really care about some of these details. They just want this stuff cared for. So we make that happen.
Okay, great. Yes, Jeffrey.
I will then take the opportunity. What's the operating structure, though? Sort of the operations and maintenance of the property once acquired. What's Pitkin's responsibility? What's Eagle's? What do we think those costs will be going forward? Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Jeffrey. We have, in this agreement, agreed, Gary Tenenbaum agreed that Pitkin can provide the staff supervision of the property for the initial year. Gary and Marcia have been talking about how all of this is going to get spread out over the period of this planning agreement, and we're very comfortable that, number one, we have the capacity to handle it, and number two, that we're going to be able to reach agreements about it. I think, Marcia, you've got a number that you've been authorized to expend on some of these maintenance things, or
no, not so much a number for cost, but more of just, I guess, what we see is more staff capacity support from both Eagle and Pitkin County in this first year, and really exploring, let's figure out what we own first, and try to figure out that baseline of what we've purchased, what the landscape needs are. Is there any restoration work that may need to occur? How do we utilize the water rights that are with the property, and make sure that we're not changing, much of anything that's really been occurring on the landscape and having other consequences. And so really just, I think our staffs are committed to working together and finding out initially, what do we have, what are those costs, understanding what the operation and maintenance might look like going into the future. But I think the first initial year, you're going to see more staff kind of in-kind contribution than really putting in dollars to fix things or to maintain things of that nature.
And just to tag back onto that, we've learned in our ownership of Snowmass Falls so far that taking care of a wilderness ranch is maybe not as daunting as some people think it might be. If you're not actively ranching, which the counties are not going to be running their own livestock up there, a lot of this infrastructure, I'm not going to say it takes care of itself, but it can sit while all these other decisions are made and while the natural resource inventory is done. So we've always got our agricultural lease program where we've got more people wanting to lease lands from us than we have land to lease them to run their cows and that kind of thing. And our maintenance fund on the Pitkin County side has got ample capacity to handle this, partly due to the reassessment and the mill levy that you guys approved this fall, and the staff resources that we have. We don't expect that that's going to be a problem here.
Good. Thank you. Greg, go ahead.
Question. I was thinking about that. It's like the fencing is going to be there, and I guess you've got a significant amount of fencing on there, but that's not a big deal. But the ditches and water, like those are things that need supervision and ditch walkers. So I can kind of think we can't just wait for a couple of years to see how that's going, and we've got to have people on the ground.
That's true, and fortunately, we've got some expertise in-house. Paul Holsinger, who's listening, some of you may know, is already the president of the Home Supply Ditch, I think, down in Emma.
Oh, great.
And very active in some of the other ditches. But he and Drew, who runs our agricultural program, have got a lot of expertise. Drew, of course, had previous work with the NRCS. So we're not starting from scratch and understanding that. I've talked to Bob Joy about the ditch, and I guess the headgate is in the National Forest that's up on Red Table Mountain, and some of that infrastructure is delicate to maintain, as is often the case with ranches that have headgates that work their way up these high mountain drainages. But we're going to keep an eye on it, and we're going to protect it. Certainly a big part of what we're investing in. But I have to say that among the Pitkin County open space staff, the opportunity to work on this property is not looked at as a burden. It's looked at as it's a morale booster. Everyone in the department is very excited to have a chance to help do something that's this valuable. And so, again, Gary's in a backcountry hut today, but he feels that the department is actually looking forward to this and will benefit from working on it.
Great, thanks.
Well, you have a recently retired commissioner who knows a thing about ditches and fences who might welcome a phone call from you.
Yeah, I want him to go pull some wire. He'd be up there.
Other questions?
You ready for an ordinance?
Not yet. We're going to open up for public hearing. If everyone's done with questions for our guests and staff and attorneys, we'll go ahead and open it up for public hearing. And yes, can we just scooch over, make a seat at a microphone here for that purpose? Yeah. Sure.
Hello, everybody. Tom Cardamone. A couple points, just really of information. One, you all supported the watershed biodiversity study starting in 2018. That was managed by an organization of which I was the director. That work is essentially done, and we have changed the name of the organization to Roaring Fork Safe Passages. The board of directors formerly in place retired. I retired as the director, and we have a new board of directors running Roaring Fork Safe Passages with Cecily D'Angelo as the executive director. I'm the chair of that board as a volunteer. And in terms of your investment in that biodiversity study, it's still alive and well and being shepherded along. It's a program under Roaring Fork Safe Passages that I manage as a volunteer, and specific to your conversation today, I mentioned at the last meeting, at first reading, that I would welcome a test drive by the interested parties, Eagle County, Pickens County, Aspen Valley Land Trust, and the Wexner Foundation representatives of the study. And I've just recently spoken with Renee Rondeau, who is the lead scientist for the Natural Heritage Program, who, in support of your consideration today, she said just the winter range values alone merit the protection of that property, and there's a lot more. We are now seeing the Land Trust take the lead in setting up a Zoom test drive in the next couple weeks. So that will contribute to your due diligence before closing, and it will presumably also contribute to any consideration of how this property is managed going forward. So I just thought it important to let you know Watershed Biodiversity Initiative is still alive. It's now a program, no longer the name of a nonprofit, and the name simply shifted to Roaring Fork Safe Passages so that it retains its nonprofit status. And great to be working on this.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Nice to see you. I appreciate your support. And I went, yes, Gideon, I was sorry, I was going to invite you up, an important rep for one of our crucial partners in this. Sorry to overlook it.
Nice red outfit.
Thanks.
For the record, my name is Gideon Kaufman, and the Wexner family is very happy to participate in the acquisition of the Three Meadows Ranch. They have worked with the Aspen Valley Land Trust over the years on many properties, trying to preserve them because they're very interested in wildlife and wildlife habitat. They are pleased that Pitkin County and Eagle County share their commitment to wildlife and wildlife habitat, as is evidenced by this collaborative effort that would take place to acquire the Three Meadows Ranch. The Wexner family worked with Tom Cardamone closely on the biodiversity study and are happy with what it accomplished, giving us a baseline that's very important. As Tom pointed out, it's very important that we keep in mind that there's tremendous pressure on wildlife in this valley. Population has grown, recreation has grown, and there's really not many places left where wildlife can be undisturbed and untraumatized by human occupation and recreation. So this is a wonderful opportunity to give them one of these quiet spots that we all need, and especially for wildlife. And I think this 4,250 square acres is a really good first step to accomplish that. I want to thank Eagle County and their staff, Marsh and Britt, for coming over here, Dale for his hard work in helping to make this happen. And I want to especially thank Rye, who has worked so hard and diligently. Many late nights and weekends we got to talk, and it was really what got us here today. And I think this is a really wonderful example of what collaboration together can accomplish, and I think we're saving a property for generations of importance for wildlife and us feeling good about this and what we're able to accomplish today. Thank you.
Thank you, Gideon.
Thanks,
Thank you
Gideon.
so much for being a
Sure.
partner with us on this. Okay, is there other public comment on this acquisition? Anyone online? If anyone online wishes to comment on the Three Meadows partnership purchase, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Well, I'd make a motion to approve, and hoping we can just maybe have a final further comment, because I can always think of something to say about my gratitude to everyone involved. But I'd make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Greg.
I'll second Greg's motion.
Okay, thanks,
Thanks,
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
And I know the other two members of our board who are not here are in supportive of this as well. And just as a just point of process, it is not uncommon that we approve ordinances where the documents associated have some further edit to them, as we are doing in this case today, and that we are supporting the principles of the deal that we've outlined and have discussed several times with our attorneys and feel very comfortable with. And with that, I will call the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Do you have a further?
Oh, the only further comment was, just want to make sure the signature pages reflect you and Kelly as the chair and all that, but you've got, yeah, I can see that. Thank you for producing all of this, and thank you. I think Rye really did work hard, and Dale as well. Dale's kind of giving a lot of credit where he was a driving force on our side, and if we didn't have a whip like you, we wouldn't get stuff like this done. So thanks.
I just
Dale.
run around talking to people.
That's what does it. That's what gets it done, right? And Marcia and Britt, you've been so solid with your board of commissioners. I thank you for that too. It's been really a pleasure and a lot of fun to meet you all and work with you all.
Same, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
I am
That's
going to
it?
call just a 5-minute recess to check in with Francie Jacober and see if she will be joining us for these land use items or what time she expects to join. So 5 minutes, please.
Okay, great.
Regular session on Wednesday, January 22nd. Thank you for indulging our few minutes of delay while we organized our quorum for the afternoon. We're entering into our land use public hearings, and we have a few here that we're going to handle. We have the lighting code amendment. We have a review of the Bell Jack Blue activity envelope, site plan review, JMQS exemption and special review, and then we'll end the day with the Emma Fields 2025 annual review. And I am going to, before I go into sort of process for how we're handling the next two items, I will turn this over to Commissioner Woodruff to make a statement to the board and the public.
So with respect to land use hearings, I voted on number 5 in September of 2024. which was the LUC Amendment Lighting Code second reading. So I'm recused. As per the Home Rule Charter, I can only vote once. On item number 6, Belljack Blue, which is 1658 Little Woody Creek Road. That has been in front of the BoCC since February of 2024, February 14th, 2024. And I believe that's an action really from 2024. I wish to recuse on that as a quasi-judicial body. I don't believe I was present for the prior meetings. So I will recuse on both number 5 and number 6 and return to this board for Emma Fields' number 7, which is an annual review. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll shoot you a text when you
Thank you.
should come back. And then Patty Clapper had an emergency and can't be with us today. And Francie Jacober just joined us online. Thank you, Francie. Can you hear us and can we hear you? We can't hear Francie. Can you unmute? Okay, keep talking. We still can't hear you. I think it's on our end, Francie. Can you try again?
I'm trying.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. We can hear you. Thank you,
Alrighty.
Francie. I know you're going from 2 days of meetings back to back, so I appreciate your being able to be here so we have a quorum to move business forward. I just
My
want to have a
pleasure.
quick check-in with Suzanne Wolf on the preferred order of business.
I think, again, in order to, I think go ahead with lighting, and then when we
Okay.
get to Belljack Blue, they can ask for the continuance, and if
Okay.
there are any public comments at that point.
We'll take them
we
at
can
that
take
time.
those.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Stick with your order.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to go ahead then and move into our discussion of the land use code amendment for the lighting code. And just for a matter of process, what we will do here is we'll hear a presentation from staff, and then I will look to board members for questions of staff on those. We have 2 ordinances here for our consideration. Both are second reading. One is adopting a text amendment for Title VIII, and the other is adopting a zoning plan amendment. And we will handle those separately, but we can handle the presentation jointly. And then I will also, after staff presentation and questions from the board to staff, then I'll open it up to public comment on this. After public comment is closed, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and movement on our 2 ordinances. Does that work for everyone?
Great.
Okay. Larissa, welcome. Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, you too. Let's see, my presentation up.
Why don't you let everyone know who you are and what you do in ComTev?
Okay, well, I'm Larissa Lamont. I've been with Pickens County 8 years. I'm the Development Services Manager. So code updates are a little bit out of my normal realm, but I've been working on the lighting code for a while after reviewing many lighting plans as a zoning officer.
Okay, thank you. Great.
And I guess I'll just start by saying that when we were here for first reading, I think the board was very supportive of the new lighting code. There were 4 questions that required a little bit more follow-up on my part. One was we wanted to dig deeper into the amortization period, which is affecting people that are not redeveloping their property. It would just be that all properties in Pickens County need to come into compliance in 5 years. The other was a light trespass section, and that included interior lighting, which was another question from the board, whether or not that was appropriate or enforceable. Questions about whether the hours of curfew were reasonable, and how are we going to get the word out to our citizens. So the 5-year amortization, this really is an industry standard. Clanton puts this in every lighting code they work on. They're our lighting consultant. It gives residents and business owners direction to bring non-compliant lighting into compliance when it's at the end of its life. So this prevents us from just, having bad lighting out there indefinitely. And I'll get into that a little bit further on the next slide. And then in addition, there was a question, kind of a chicken and egg question about, well, if you're saying these lights are legal non-conforming for 5 years, but you're saying that they can't violate the light trespass section, which trumps which? And for that, I think just putting a very simple addition to that sentence in the ordinance, existing exterior light fixtures that do not violate the light trespass and curfew regulations shall be considered legal non-conforming for 5 years, resolves that. Basically, you can continue those lights through their end of life cycle, but if they're in violation of light trespass, you would have to, if there's a code enforcement case, you're bothering your neighbors, you'd have to replace those lights immediately following the adoption of the ordinance. Again, we went with a 5-year period because that's what Aspen had. I know there was a lot of discussion when Aspen was adopting their lighting code about that. They ended up picking the 5-year period because they feel it supports their climate change goals, and they also didn't think it would cause undue hardship on the citizens. I did find in Dark Skies model lighting ordinance that they have a minimum of 10. Is it a minimum or a maximum? It can't maximum. They have a maximum requirement of 10 years from the effective date of the outdoor lighting policy. So if we were to adopt something that said there was a 15 amortization period, that would affect Old Snowmass's ability to become Dark Skies certified because they do have that maximum of 10 years. Light trespass, this one was actually a really fun one to answer. I went out right before Christmas and took a bunch of pictures in the Upper Valley of people's exterior lighting and took light meter readings. This picture on the right is Joe Wells' house, who is here today. I was about 25 feet from his front door when I hit the 0.2 foot candle threshold. And that was with all his interior lights on and no curtains or shades. So I really don't think the 0.2 foot candles is going to be an issue. Like, the lighting is going to be egregious if it's beyond that. Most of the houses that I measured were not, other than a lot of the seasonal lighting was, to be honest, but none of the interior lights really came close to that. And then just to expand a little bit on point light source, we're not saying that your interior lights can't be visible from the property line, right? They don't have to be fully shielded like the exterior lights. They just have to be diffused. So you can do that by buying bulbs with diffusers built into them. A lot of the can light fixtures come with those automatically. You can also get retrofit fixtures for lights. But it really does make a big difference to have that diffuser put on so that you can actually see like the LED source of the light. As far as the curfew, a comment was made about is 7 a.m. too late, especially for farmers and ranchers. We feel that the motion sensor accommodates that, but there could be something written into the curfew exemptions. We have about 5 exemptions to the curfew currently that says, on agricultural property as well, there is, active work occurring. They could have the lights on during the hours of curfew or something like that if the board felt that was appropriate. And then the 1 hour after closing to 1 hour before opening curfew for businesses that open and close during the hours of curfew is pretty standard. It's actually included in the dark sky model lighting ordinance as well. That's also what the city of Aspen has. That's actually what the airport does. So when I sent the lighting code to the airport to review to see if it was going to work for them, they're like, yeah, we've already got our lights set on a timer 1 hour after, 1 hour before. And then the last thing, there was a lot of discussion around how we're going to get the word out. What kind of public outreach would we do? And so after the holidays, we just kicked off the outreach. We had a meeting with the community relations team last Friday to kick off the outreach campaign. They feel that Manifest Communications would be really great to spearhead this effort, and we are meeting with them on Friday. And then we just kind of threw around a few ideas. None of this is for certain, obviously. We're just at the beginning, but we could do a direct mailing to all our residents. We would create a lighting code specific webpage with links to all these supporting materials, like how to choose your LEDs, all the technical stuff we need to get out there. And then potentially offering a community outreach meeting and email outreach to caucuses, HOAs, designers, property managers, and also trying to get the word out through events such as the ones Martha and Ann have been doing, and Stars Over Aspen and stuff like that.
Question.
Yes, Craig, go ahead.
Thank you for this. This is great. Thanks for answering those questions. First of all, are we not required to do an RFP for a marketing firm or something like that, or is that just something you can choose? I just wanted to check on that. And I don't know who Manifest is, or just wondering.
I'll say my basic understanding is that the community relations team has several consultants they work with, that they're starting to work with to help the county with various things. So I think this falls just within their
Something they can do.
their realm. John can probably help better than I can.
So we do have anticipated cost thresholds that would dictate RFP, but in this case, we also do on-call. So we do RFPs for on-call services. I apologize, I got something got in my throat, but and I Manifest falls under one of those that went through that process.
Got it. Okay. My second question was, if we do a direct mailing or some sort of outreach, I was thinking it'd be great if I received something in the mail that was very graphically, compelling about light pollution, so I knew, immediately what it was about. And it actually gave me maybe a rule of thumb, walk to the edge of your property line and look at your house in the dark. And if your lights are doing this, something to help people get a clue about what does this mean? Because it's not just the house can be visible at night. That's not what it's about. It's about point sources of light and intense lights that are focused and pushing light off the property line. Right? So I'm just thinking there may be rules of thumb that you could come up with, or somebody already has, no doubt. So somebody has this as a guide, can go out and say, hey, I didn't realize it, but my sconces are polluting, they're too much. I need to tone them down. Mm-hmm. The spotlights on my house are actually not directed properly. I'm just thinking there may be a way to encourage people to go out and do a little self-awareness exercise about, because a lot of them don't even think about this sort of thing. Mm-hmm. I was just thinking about my own circumstances with, I know when we bought our house, I noticed our driveway stair step lights, all those sort of things were just like a bare bulb. And I put them into little low down lights and reduced it dramatically just because we didn't want the light pollution ourselves. But you kind of have to go out and really look at it and think about that. And maybe that direct mailing could include, steps people can take before they have to, just to raise I guess it's all awareness raising, but it just occurred to me there may be like a little guide to help them.
And that's why I'm glad we have the team to help, because I think they're going to really walk through, right, if we mail to every owner, property owner in the county, are we really getting the people who are going to be paying attention? We also want to reach out to property managers.
Right.
Is it a simple mailing, a postcard kind of a thing, versus you're going to get a bunch of pages of, and the, again, it's really thinking through what's the best way to get to each of the, each area of, folks that are important. So definitely a big piece of this is standing up, I think, a really great web page with, if I want to understand better, even like, right, what are the types of LEDs? A lot of the graphics you've seen in the presentations, I think, are going to be great to put on a web page. It's mostly trying to, get people there. But, and also, your idea of, right, is there some simple, like, I get a card and I have like 3 things I can check. Is that a way to approach it? But, so that's why we're just at the beginning of sort of looking at what are the options for that.
The final comment on that same topic is this direct mailing going to encourage people to, because most of us are affected by light pollution from our neighbors, right? Our light pollution doesn't bother us, but what the neighbor is doing does. Is there some mechanism, is there some way we can get people to talk about the light pollution from their neighbors without causing a, looking over the shoulder sort of thing? That's delicate, I think.
Mm-hmm. And I think, again, that's part of that outreach, I think, right, to HOAs or caucuses to try and use some of those channels to, put that information to right, try to encourage people. And again, I think, I keep saying, I just think one of the great things about this is some of the fixes are really simple. Do I really need that light? Can I just turn it off? Or can I really just swap out a bulb? And I've made a big difference. I just think those are the things that would be great to really be able to convey to people, that some of this is really easy.
Right. Yeah.
So.
And maybe part of the direct mailing there could just be a question: is have you asked your neighbors what they think? Maybe that's a good thing to include. Thanks. I'll shut up.
No, you're good, Greg. Thank
Great
you.
ideas.
Francie, go ahead. Francie, you're on mute.
Okay.
There you go.
I was just asking if you called on me. I guess you did.
Yes.
I basically really approve of this. I think it's a great idea. I know we've gotten some letters in support, and that's really nice. But I really think that 7 a.m. is way past when the workday starts for a lot of people. And like I've been testing ever since we talked about this, what it's like for me to go out to the barn, and a motion sensor just doesn't get it. A motion sensor sends light, in a circle of maybe 20 feet radius. And then what, you have another one 20 feet beyond that, and another one 20 feet beyond that. And then what if you turn the barn lights on? And I just think, and there's people who go to work that early and have to walk out to their car. My car is about 110 feet from my house through pitch darkness and a really small walkway. So it seems really like picayune and unimportant, and nobody would ever report me because I don't have neighbors that would report me if my lights were on when I was going out at 6:30 in the morning. But I'm just saying, in principle, starting this at 7 a.m. makes it sound like we don't have a working class. Sorry to say. So that's my comment on that.
Francie, do you have a proposed time that you would prefer for agricultural properties?
Yeah, well, I think for anybody who's going to work who lives somewhat rurally, that 6 o'clock is much more reasonable. I mean, from my house, I can look down towards Glenwood and I see cars on the road at 5:30. So they've gone out really early to do their morning things and get going to work. So I just think 6 is a recognition that people are out and about between 6 and 7. And that's my only ask. The rest, I totally approve. And if you can't change it, I'll probably still vote for it. But I would ask that we recognize the activities, outside activities between 6 and 7 a.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Francie. Greg?
I'm just wondering, I guess I'm not clear enough on what the problem is. Whether it's 6 or it's 7, I understand Francie's point, but if you're going to go out to feed the chickens or you're going to leave the house at 5 in the morning, you probably turn the lights off after hopefully the lights get shut off. So it shouldn't be a problem. Like, we should be able to light your pathway more easily without worrying about that. But it seems like the lights don't have to stay on. There's an energy concern as well. I'm going to assume a small energy component to this. But maybe there's a way of wording this so the point is turn the damn lights off if you don't need them.
There is, I think I skipped this section of the code because it's so self-explanatory, but there is a section that says lights have to be extinguished during daylight hours. So really that 7 a.m. would only come into effect in the winter. And I think 10 to 6 is totally fine. The only reason we went 10 to 7 was because that's what Aspen did, and we thought it would simplify things, but 10 to 6 seems very reasonable to me.
And that won't interfere with Dark Skies Initiative? Okay.
That was my question. I don't
Thank you.
think there's any ranches in the city of Aspen.
And actually, I had, just to add real quickly, I had a meeting with the Dark Sky consultant that's reviewing Martha's application, and we talked through the 3 things that I had put in the memo as sticking points for them that we didn't really feel like we could meet them on. And as soon as he found out that the seasonal lighting is subject to the curfew, he's like, oh, not a problem. That's great. So that one came off the list. I still don't know what they're going to do about the signage and the street lighting, but.
Okay. Anything else, Stauffer? Yes,
Just a
Suzanne.
quick since you're talking about the curfew, just because just changing the curfew, that's going to be across the board. not sort of specific to agricultural. And I think that's what Francie's asking for, is that, right, it's not just feeding the chickens at 6 a.m. It may just be getting on the highway to go to work or whatever. So just to be clear.
Okay.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Okay, thanks for that input. Are there other questions for staff before I open this up to public hearing? Okay, I don't see any. Let's go ahead to folks in the room who have comments. I would invite Joe Wells, come on up. You know, you'll have 3 minutes for public comment, please.
Joe Wells, Castle Creek. I just wanted to thank Larissa for going above and beyond to address the issues that I had raised or the concerns that I had raised. Sounds like we're going to be okay under the regulations. So I feel a little guilty. All I had to do is go through the house and turn all the lights on, and then take my kids out to dinner during the holidays, and she had to tromp around in the snow, but I appreciate the fact that she did that. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Okay, sir, I know we've had someone who's waiting. Did you want to come give us your comment?
First time in a meeting. Mr. Darcy, Wrights Road. Can I upload a picture, or how do you do that?
You can send it to BoCC at pickingcounty.com, and we can enter it into the public record.
Do you mind? I don't know how to do that. So.
But you can go ahead and describe what you're seeing as well, and your comments on this
So
changes to the lighting code.
This is a walkway to a house on Drew Road up Red Mountain, and it's on 24/7, 7 days a week. It's like a runway. Then just this week alone, there's about 45 trees with lights that were not there 2 years ago. So these are all new residents. Just on Wrights Road,
Yeah, you can just lay them right there.
the lady just said we can teach these people how to adjust their light bulbs. This is a brand new $40 million house. The lights are already fixed. We cannot adjust that house, but it's on from 8 p.m. last night. I just got back from Europe, and it was on at 6 o'clock this morning on Wrights Road. And there's no way of adjusting these light bulbs because they've spent millions of dollars on putting these light fittings in. But the Christmas trees lights, I think, should run from Thanksgiving till December 8th, and then, January 8th, and then be done with it. Like, there's an example, one house, 7 Christmas trees. There's no need for it. My whole view before COVID was night skies. Now it's like a lit up Christmas tree. I don't know if the council, I've brought this up with Chad Ross in building permits, and then this morning I had almost 20 cars on my driveway parked, and I had 1 inch to get by them. And Chad knows about it, but he's just waving a red flag. So how do we solve this problem? I think it's like what we do with recycle bins in Ireland. If there's glass in your bin, we tag it and we don't pick it up. And then that person has to go through their trash, take out the recycled products and put it in a recycle bin. So what's your view? I don't know how these meetings go. So how is your view on this?
Well, we don't generally give comments, but I would what I'm hearing from you is acceptance for the change in the lighting code ordinance to strengthen the requirements for turning them off.
By at least 10 p.m.
Yeah, great.
And can that be done within the next year?
So our ordinances take effect 30 days after adoption, and then these rules would be in effect at that time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate
Appreciate you coming down. Yes, Greg, go ahead.
The thing is, it sounds like they might have a violation, but it will take them 5 years. They've got 5 years to fix that. With their
Not
new
for
light bulb.
curfew.
The curfew.
And the current code has seasonal lighting the same as, or the time frame for seasonal lighting the same as the new one. Except for the non-residential was reduced.
It'd be nice to let them know what to expect, how soon change may come.
I'm happy to talk with you after.
Okay, I'll take the card.
Great, thank you. Are there other folks who would like to make comment in the room on this lighting code? Is there anyone online? you wish to comment on our changes to the lighting code, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any, so I'm going to close the public comment on this and bring it back to the board for discussion. Francie, do you have any further discussion you'd like to make?
No, I just want to thank you to the people who worked on this. The pictures in the packet were really helpful. And since the lighting in Joe's house is within limits, I think most ordinary people are going to be pretty safe.
So they will comply with curfew. Thanks, Francie. Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Francie. I agree with that. It's nice to know if we can just get the message across that you don't have to leave the lights on all the time. Some people like to do that because they're afraid of the dark, but we can work through that with them. It would be nice to have dark skies here and to be recognized for a dark sky community. So I am completely in favor of this, and I would make a motion if you're ready for one. Motion to approve.
I would like clarification on the discussion relative to a 10 to 6 curfew, change.
To 10 till?
From 10 to 7.
10 to 6. I would we have to amend it or amend my motion to include 10 to 6, if that helps.
Do you want a second? Okay. Okay, and I'm supportive of that change as well. I do think rural Picken County, or most of Picken County, is a little bit different than the city of Aspen and our activities at our homes. I'm sorry, Francie, what?
I was just saying thank you so much.
Oh, great. Okay, so I have a motion from Greg and a second from Francie with that amendment. Any further discussion? Greg?
Let's work out on how we can politely ask our neighbors to be aware of their light pollution.
Shine light on their light. And thank you for bringing forward efforts on a communications plan. I do think we need to back this up with resources from the county to make it effective. I'll call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you all. Thanks for your hard work.
Can I tell a very short story
Sure.
regarding lighting? Back in the 1960s, when I was a little kid, I won't mention the name, but my best friend's father had been in the French underground, and he was a specialist with rifles and sniper rifles and things like that. And we had a very ardent realtor in Aspen who put a light at the very top of Shadow Mountain, a spotlight where he had proposed to build a restaurant someday in the European style. And my friend's father would go out and shoot out the light bulb. Every time he replaced it, it would be gone. So you have to climb back up. I don't recommend that happening.
Days.
I don't recommend this.
Okay.
He wants to say something.
That was the same with the.
Thank you.
That was the same with the British soldiers and the Irish. That when you were driving on a dark road, straight away you had to put your lights out because they were a target. So this brings me back to those days.
Sorry about that.
So if I'm allowed, I'll take your advice. I'll take it right away.
This was not an endorsement
Not a
of
suggestion.
tactics.
Not a suggestion. Okay, I
Yes,
thought it
yes.
was.
Back in the Wild West days.
I'll go back 60 years then and start doing it.
Well, nice to meet you, Mr. Darcy. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Let's.
Sorry.
Yes.
Oh, wait, I think
There was
there's
a
two ordinances associated
Oh,
with this.
you're
actually.
right.
There's
Thank
more.
you.
Good
Make
catch,
sure
Rye.
that
Oh, my
we,
goodness.
approve both
Can
of
I
them.
have a, do I need a motion to reconsider?
I don't think so. I think Greg's motion was with respect to the text amendment, because
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's where the timing of the, pretty sure that's what the timing and the regulations are set for. I think we just
We
need
need to-
another action
for
on
the
an ordinance
zoning.
of the Board of County Commissioners adopting a zoning plan amendment and associated with the Land Use Code, Section 72140, lighting to establish lighting zone overlays.
Okay,
which is
thank you.
also
May I have a
seconded.
motion for
Thank you.
that
So-
second zoning ordinance?
So moved, and sorry, in my enthusiasm, I
Oh,
missed
know.
that.
And mine
Second.
too.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Greg and a second from Francie on the second ordinance relative to the zoning plan amendment for the lighting code. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Rye.
Despite what
I won't let
people
that
say,
happen
I
again.
am paying attention.
Yes. I'm dusting off my
Stop
skills as
slouching
chair.
over
It's
there. I
been
know.
4 years. Okay, let's move on to the next land use public hearing, which is for Beljack Blue LLC. Activity envelope, site plan review, GMQS exemption and special review for CDU, GMQS special review for a TDR receiver site, GMQS exemption for a pre-1978 parcel for parcels 1, 2, and 3. And hi, I will turn it over to Nicole. And normally I'd go into how we were going to walk through this process, but we do have a reduced board today because Patty Clappers had an emergency and couldn't be here today, and Jeffrey Woodruff has recused himself because as a new commissioner, we've had a number of meetings on this item already, and he has elected, has made the decision that he could not sort of impartially and fully weigh in on this decision and has decided to recuse.
I think it's also a requirement because it's in our charter that he couldn't vote twice. Is
Well,
that
I don't
correct?
think he voted on this at planning and zoning, so it's because of the extent of the deliberations so
Copy that.
far
Okay.
on this.
thank you.
And so I believe that we are going to continue this, but Nicole, do you have any introductory comments you want to make before we talk about that?
No, the resolutions reflect what was discussed last time, and we look forward to whenever we can present this project to you.
Okay.
Do you
Now
want
go
to
ahead, Cody, yes.
withdraw?
Representing
Or
the
not withdraw,
applicant.
continue.
I guess we'd like to formally continue just so we have a full board hearing the issue.
Yes, and our apologies again that we can't provide that today
Okay, I
out
know
of
you
our
guys are looking forward to it.
circumstances. Because this is a public hearing, and people have traveled to hear our discussion on this, I will open the public hearing in case anyone who is interested in this item has comments that they would like to offer now, that they will not be able to either submit for the public record between now and the next meeting, or unable to attend the next meeting when we schedule it. If you wish to make public comment on this item based on the packet materials, I would invite you to come do that now. So can you check if there's anyone online, please? Okay. So do we have a date certain to continue this item to?
We can do February 12th is the applicant's preference. And the 26th is also an option.
Let's see, I have future agendas in front of me. Do we think we can accommodate that with Little Ditch in Bayul on the 12th? I don't know how extensive Little Ditch is.
That's an extension of vested rights project with a conservation easement dedication. It seems pretty straightforward,
Okay.
but
Great.
yeah.
Then let's go ahead and continue it to the 12th.
And as a reminder, we
Yes,
were
sir.
just updating the resolutions to reflect what was discussed at last hearing, so hopefully this is a expeditious discussion as well. I don't know. I don't want to be presumptuous, but
Yeah, I'm not sure we'll have to go through the whole presentation again, but we might have comment.
Sure.
Public comment, so we'll see how extensive that is. Okay, if there's no questions or discussion, I'll look for a motion to continue this land use item in public hearing to February 12th.
Francie is right.
Yes, Francie?
I couldn't quite hear what you were saying, Kelly, when you were saying that Jeffrey had recused himself and Patty wasn't there, so did you feel like we had too few people to make this decision? Is that what you said?
Yeah, in conference with the applicant's representatives, they prefer to have a 4-member board decide the item.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I just wanted to clarify, it's a 4-member board instead, and it's not going to be a full board, but it'll be a 4-member board. Yeah, okay.
yeah, I said full, 4, you're right.
I thought you said 4, but either way, a full board on this item is 4.
They're similar words, so I'll take whatever you heard.
Is there a motion to continue?
I would make a motion to continue the Beljack Blue LLC activity envelope site plan review, GMQS exemption and special review for CDU, GMQS special review for TDR receiver site, exemption for a pre-1978 parcel for parcels 1, 2, and 3.
To February 12th,
Thank
along
you.
with the public hearing.
I'll second.
Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? Seeing none,
February.
all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Our apologies again to everyone who made it out here today for our uncontrollable change. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our final land use public hearing of the day, which is our Emma Fields 2025 annual review. Oh, yes, can you, let's take a 5-minute break while we call Jeffrey Woodruff back, please. Grassroots.
And we get Leslie.
Come back.
Apologies to staff and Mr. Bennett for my tardiness.
All right, welcome everybody to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, January 22nd. We are on our final land use item of the day, which is Emma Fields 2025 annual review. And we have most of our board here for this item. Patty Clapper's had an emergency and can't join us here today. Leslie, please go ahead.
Hi.
So this meeting was intended to be the annual review for Emma Fields Distillery 2025, reviewing the special review use permit. The applicant submitted their annual report on December 17th as required by the 2023 annual review resolution. And on January 9th, the applicant requested a continuation of the annual review until the required noise mitigation measures could be completely installed and then tested by their acoustical engineer and county staff. Staff has recommended a suspension of operations until the sound mitigation plan has been implemented, tested, and the results reviewed by county staff and the BoCC. And staff is also recommending suspension of operations until the 3 employee dwelling units on site are fully occupied in compliance with the occupancy covenant. Finally, staff recommends that an approval withdrawal hearing is set for April 23rd, if not sooner, per section 103050 and section 24020 of the Land Use Code. So staff is making this recommendation because staff finds that the applicant has not complied with the conditions of approval. The first condition of approval is the noise mitigation plan. So if you recall, the 2023 annual review got really protracted through the year of 2024. And in September, the board approved the resolution that set the annual review, that approved the annual review, and then set the next annual review for 2025 for January 22nd, 2025. And the annual report was due December 15th, and we got that in December 17th, which is fine. The September review and the September 2024 annual review also set October 23rd of 2024 for review of the proposed noise mitigation plan. And in October, the BoCC reviewed the noise mitigation plan, and according to the plan, the noise mitigations were anticipated to be installed December 1st. A sound analysis was also required to evaluate the effectiveness of the mitigation prior to this annual review. According to the applicant's letter, the continuation letter that they submitted to us, a sound barrier wall has been installed around the transformer, and 2 chiller blankets are on site. This all could have changed since Chris and I talked January 9th. But because the complete noise mitigation was not implemented and the effects were not able to be tested, staff finds that they're out of compliance with their condition of approval. We were hoping to bring forward to you results of that test as part of this annual review. In your memo in the packet, I've included the history of the annual review over the last year. And I just want to remind everybody that the county and the applicant started receiving noise complaints in November of 2023. In addition to the noise mitigation plan, staff also finds the applicant non-compliant related to the 3 on-site employee dwelling units. The applicant has not provided documentation that potential applicants will comply with the guidelines for qualified employees. In the resolution of September 2024, condition number 7 states, the applicant shall provide documentation related to occupancy of the employee residential units in the annual report for 2025 annual review. If the units are not occupied by January 22nd, 2025, operation of the distillery shall cease until the units are occupied. The certificate of occupancy for the distillery was issued in June of 2023. The certificate of occupancies for the 3 EDUs were issued on May 29th, 2024. Okay, So what we're going to do is see if the board has questions for staff. Then we will allow the applicants' representatives to make their presentation. We'll ask questions of them. We'll go to public comment, where we'll accept 3 minutes of public comment for anybody who wishes, here or online. And then we'll bring it back to the board for board discussion and direction. Does that work for everybody? Okay, are there questions for Leslie right now?
Only you implied that perhaps there's new information since the 9th of January. So I guess we're anticipating what that would be.
You hear what that is?
You don't know it. You don't have it. You haven't received it. Okay.
Yeah. John, did you have a comment?
That's all I need to know.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I think Francie might have been trying to jump in, is what you heard.
Okay, Francie, do you have questions for Leslie?
No, I'm going to wait until after we hear from the applicant. Thank you.
Okay. Jeffrey, good? All right, I'll turn it over. Hi, Chris, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Chris Bennett here on behalf of the Emma Fields, the applicant. Dr. Matt Patel is coming. We were not anticipating the item before being continued, and so we were planning on huddling here at 2:30 with an anticipated kickoff at 3 or 3:30. So he is on his way. Just texted him again to run from wherever he is right now to get here. So I'd ask for your indulgence in allowing him to speak when he does arrive. I'll do my best that I can in the interim.
Okay, thank you.
I want to provide an update as to where we are with the sound mitigation installation. I wanted to start by saying that the proposed cessation of operations will be highly, highly impactful to the Emma Fields from a business perspective. And I don't think your intention is to jeopardize the business or to force Matt out of business. I understand that there could be a hearing regarding revocation of the special review approval. That obviously could have that consequence of putting Matt out of business. But forcing Matt out of business prior to having that hearing could have some due process implications. The current status of the sound mitigation plan. So, and Jeff stopped me and asked questions. The rest of the board was here for this. There was a sound mitigation plan, as Leslie mentioned, that was adopted. There was 3 components of that sound mitigation plan. There was estimated but not guaranteed decibel reductions from each of the 3 measures. There's mitigation of noise that are emanating from compressors, chiller unit compressors, and from exhaust vents. And then the third source is from a Holy Cross transformer. The compressors and the vents make audible noise. You can stand there and hear it. And they only run during operating hours. The vents are to exhaust ethanol fumes if they build up inside the building, and exhaust those fumes if they build up during distilling. There was a period of time when the control unit would also kick on if it sensed a pressure difference between the inside and the outside, and it would kick on and equalize the pressure within the building. It's a very tight building. That has since been corrected as of beginning or mid-December.
Welcome.
I was just going through kind of where we're at.
Sorry, you guys
Okay.
are early.
We canceled an item earlier, so we are moving quickly.
So those sources of noise are audible. You can hear them. They are only on when during operating hours. Those 2 sources of noise operate below the county's sound limits, as measured by both county staff and by our consultant. Sound blankets for the compressors was recommended to basically wrap around those compressor units. When Leslie and I talked, 2 of the 4 compressor blankets had arrived and had been installed, or were to be installed, I think, that day we were talking. Since then, the other 2 have arrived, so all 4 are here and have been installed on the compressors. Matt will probably speak to this, but those sound blankets were ordered prior to our prior conversation with the county. We were anticipating that the board would adopt the sound mitigation plan and those things that would be required, so we went ahead and ordered those. They're very specialized devices and very rarely used. So finding a manufacturer, you sort of have to get to their schedule. The vent work for the exhaust vents has been a particular difficult issue for the Emma Fields. That work is anticipated to happen mid next week. It's clearly did not happen before the December 1st anticipated installation. The third source of sound is from the transformer, the Holy Cross transformer, and this one requires a little bit of explanation. Sound, when you listen to sound, it comes in various different tonal rates, from a very low, kind of deep hum up to a really high pitch. Human ear can only hear a segment of that. So there are very low sounds, very deep sounds that the human ear cannot pick up, and there are very high sounds, like a dog whistle, for example, that the human ear cannot hear. The tonal level of the sound that is emanating from the transformer is at a 20 hertz. It's very, 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 very low. Human ear cannot detect sound below typically 125 hertz, and that's for the vast majority of folks. We had Holy Cross come and turn off the transformer so we could isolate, well, where are the sounds coming from? And in the tonal readings, when we turned off the transformer, some of those tonal readings increased and some of them decreased. At 20 hertz, it decreased. So our sound engineer was able to determine that the 20 hertz was a source was this Holy Cross transformer. But there's also a little bit of a mystery that he just wasn't able to fully explain. During that test, we did some testing within the neighbor's unit, and they did not say whether there was a difference between having the transformer on and having it turned off. Sound readings taken inside the neighbor's home produced sound readings in that 20 hertz range, anywhere from 17 to 30 decibels. And that is on an unweighted scale. And that requires that I explain what that is. I've learned a lot about sound in the last few months. So the unweighted sound is the actual sound that the device is picking up. So you go out with a sound measuring device, and that's what it reads. It says that it's coming in at a 17 to 30 decibel rate. That doesn't mean that's what you hear. So that's decibels. When you convert to dBA, which is typically what we talk about in terms of what the human ear can hear, when you convert to that dBA schedule, it is coming in at a negative 19 dBA. So it's obviously far, far, far below what the human ear can pick up and not audible when you're standing there listening for it. But on an unweighted schedule, it's coming in, the device is picking it up at that somewhere between 17 to 30 decibels. If that was at a different tonal rate, if it was at a tonal level that we could all hear, the sound would be akin to a ticking watch. So the level of sound that the device is picking up, not only is it at a 20 hertz level, but the strength of the sound is basically at about a ticking watch. So it's very, very low actual sound was being picked up. So due to that very low sound reading, the sound expert did not recommend noise mitigation. And Leslie was just discussing that. Picken County requested that sound mitigation be proposed and be installed, and so the expert provided some sound mitigation plans. And the reason for sort of hovering on the sound that's coming from the transformer is that, as I said, the sound expert suggested that you might have reduction in decibel levels. but there could not be a guarantee, and especially around the noises that are coming from the transformer. In fact, the accuracy of the sound reading instrument itself, the actual variability to that machine, is more than the estimated sound reduction that may be experienced. So that's what the sound mitigation plan covered, those three elements. The sound wall was the third item. So I mentioned the mitigation for the sound blankets and the vent work. The sound wall was recommended to address noises coming from the transformer. It has been constructed. I've inspected it. I believe it's consistent with the specifications that were adopted in the sound mitigation plan. And that is the position of the contractor who installed it as well. We can provide an affidavit to that effect. I would like Stuart McGregor, who is the sound expert that I keep on referring to, Stuart McGregor, it is his specification, to have him inspect it, and he would do that when he takes the sound readings. As Leslie mentioned, we did not take the sound readings. That was a call that I made in discussion with Stuart McGregor. Basically, that the not having everything installed, it'd be sort of pointless to go out and do sound readings of a partial installation. There also needs to be county staff inspection of the sound wall. It was a permitted improvement, so they'll need to look at it for that reason. But they'll also, I expect, want to see the whole complement of stuff that was installed. That's the current status. I would like to circle back and talk about next steps, but in the interim, introduce you to Matt Patel. Most of you have seen him before. Jeff, you have not. Is Dr. Matt Patel. He's the principal for the Emma Fields. And Matt, take it away.
Well, Jeff, welcome to the board, and nice to see everybody here virtually. Francie, I see you and everyone else here in person. Many years have passed since we first, met talking about this project conceptually. And, I think the thing that's uncanny to me is, the rendering that we had, during our early presentations. When we look at the actual photos of the property taken now, it's incredible. It's hard to tell the difference, And I'm not saying that, we were perfect along the way. But I think we got the project overall to what we represented it to be. And I want to make very clear today, it's not our intent to cause any kind of delay. Anything that was directly in our control to install the sound mitigation, we performed rapidly and diligently. We didn't anticipate the difficulty in getting some of these specialized materials that are now installed, and we also didn't anticipate the difficulty it was getting an HVAC contractor, to mobilize, during the holiday months, and then with the colder weather, a lot of other projects took priority versus coming out to us. So, we did our best to try to get all that work done. We did have Stuart scheduled, to do the sound study to provide a report well ahead of the due date for the packet. And as Chris mentioned, things just kept getting pushed. And it wasn't that, and Jared can attest, I was on the phone with him every day. Let's try to find another contractor. Let's, go to the Front Range, anything that we could do to try to make that final work happen. We just couldn't get it, done in time. But it wasn't, us trying to cause any kind of delay or harm. Our intent was to kind of finish this as rapidly as possible. So we're not here in front of the board talking about, all right, apologizing for what's going on. So, again, I just want to be very clear that, I hope, my integrity and honor has been evidenced through the course of this project, as far as, us stating, what we're going to do and then trying to follow through on that.
Thank you. Would you like to see if there's questions from the board, or do you have more you'd like to present
just a
first?
couple things to finish up on. I do want to emphasize that, complaints that come in from neighbors, typically land with Jared Day, this gentleman sitting behind us, who's the director of distilling operations at the facility. Some neighbors contact him directly, some contact the county, but when he gets a complaint, he hops on it right away. He takes pride in how he handles his job, and so any implication or accusation that he has not been responsive, he takes personally. I will say that because of the nature of the operation and the relationship with some of the neighbors, he'll call me right away, or I'll call Matt and say, "What should I do?" And we talk through it. But I can assure you, certainly his posture and approach to the job is to handle those things as quickly as he can when they pop up, including if he needs to drive down from his home here at Burlingame to turn off a light because the neighbor said, "Hey, the light's still on." I just wanted to kind of get that across. As I mentioned when I was starting, and I think this is important in your conversation as you go through this, the cessation of operations will be highly, highly, highly impactful to Matt's ability to continue on from a business perspective. And I don't think that is your intention to see his business fail. I know that if you have, and we've talked about, if you have a hearing about revocation of the special use permit, certainly a consequence of that hearing could be the revocation, which means probably a shuttering of the business. But that hearing itself would have, the ability for Matt to convey his position, to be, fully represented, and for the sort of due process rights to be fully observed. So I just want to reinforce that. I think if we are going to talk about ceasing, I would like to discuss kind of the nature of what that looks like, because the building itself would not go cold. And so I can talk about that more at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you, sir. And before I turn to board members for questions of Chris and Dr. Patel, I would just like to remind that this is a very serious recommendation from staff. If any board member wishes to conference with an attorney, you can request an executive session at any time. We have done that on this item in the past. So just know that is available to you.
Madam
Are there?
Chairwoman.
Oh, yes, sir.
I apologize. I forgot to mention one important fact. The residential units are occupied. They've been occupied for some time. Leases have been provided to county staff that came in, I think, just shortly after they just came in. So they went to Leslie just shortly after the memo went out. But the units are occupied, and we're happy to address, not necessarily here, but we follow up questions about the folks that are there and their qualifications.
Thank you for that. That was one of my questions, and I have follow-up questions, but I will open to other board members.
The first one.
Great, go ahead.
Thank you. The first one that comes to mind, just regarding the specs of the installation of the sound wall, for instance, and it sounds like the vent work hasn't happened yet, but you've got somebody in your thinking next week. It sounds like the sound wall may not actually meet specs, and I want to understand that a little bit better. I don't know if Leslie can answer or you can, but it doesn't sound like it really matches what was anticipated. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I looked at the specs. I know just enough about plans to be able to compare the plans to what's out there. The spec is 4 sheets of 5/16 cement board with a non-drying polymer in between.
So 4 sheets thick.
4 sheets thick of the 5/16. So you end up with an inch or an inch a quarter or some. The spec, there was some comment about the distance from the ground. The spec is no closer than 6 inches to the ground. The actual physical improvement looks very much like the plans, with a sort of a sloping site. So the fence itself is between 6 inches and maybe 9 inches off the ground. It's two-sided. We actually built it a little bit longer on one side than the spec to sort of shield, to provide a little more shielding. That's my review of it. It hasn't been painted. Other than that, I think it's what the spec suggests. I think, you would want to hear from your staff, building staff or planning staff, about their view of the installation. I think we'd want to hear from Stuart McGregor as well. It was his specification in the first place, if it is built to his expectation and or if he has recommended changes.
Thanks.
Other questions for Chris or Dr. Patel? Yes, Jeffrey.
So remaining mitigation by mid next week, and then inspection next week as well is currently in the cards?
Yeah, that is the plan. I'm a little shy in saying that because, once bitten, twice shy. Matt has had schedules with HVAC folks, and they've no-showed, and oddly, my business partner had her heat go down, and who showed up was one of the contractors, and when we were discussing it, I realized it was the contractor that was supposed to show up at Emma Fields and was rerouted. That is the current schedule, is a mid next week for that installation, we hope that happens. Shortly after that, it would be inspection by county staff. Stuart McGregor would need to be scheduled to come up and do his sound study, and he's from the Front Range. He would be able to look at everything at that point.
Yeah. Francie, do you have questions?
I have comments. I don't have questions.
Okay, well, we'll hold comments till after public comment, if that's okay.
Sure.
I'm curious about the employee housing units. So do you have 3 leases with 3 APSHA qualified employees, and has that gone through the whole process with APSHA for approval and qualification?
They are not, my understanding is they're not APSHA units. The county uses APSHA as the standard for its review. We've provided the leases and the information for the folks. 2 of the folks are employed on site. The 3rd unit was to be a distillery employed person. They bailed, basically. So that unit is occupied by a non-distillery person, but a qualified local employee.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to see if staff, I just wanted to go to you, Leslie, to see if there was anything you wanted to respond to and what you heard from the applicant.
Jumping ahead.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I think it's been pretty clear through the 4 different resos related to this distilling operation that the EDUs needed to be occupied, before they got a CO for the distillery. In 2022, they were behind because of a lot of the supply chain stuff. They were behind in getting the units finished, and they were well ahead of looking to get a CO for the distillery. So in 2022, the board in that resolution allowed them to move forward with the distillery, getting a CO for the distillery, but that the final zoning inspection had to occur when we were doing annual review at the time. There have been 2 other resolutions that have said basically if these units are not occupied by qualified working residents, either employed by the distillery or the agricultural operation or other working residents of Pitkin County, then the distillery should shut down. We got leases last week, and we've seen no documentation related to whether these occupants qualify or not.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to address in what you heard relative to the mitigation requirements
No.
we set forth? Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. So at this time, I think we'll go to public comment, and then we can come back for additional commissioner comments and questions and discussion. All right, I'll go ahead and open up to public comment. Please come up. We have 3 minutes per speaker.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth McCracken. I live on the property line bordering Emma Fields Distillery with all this output about 100 feet from my bedroom window. Thank you for your time and helping to resolve these concerns and issues. Today, with urgency, I am asking for accountability to be held and immediate action to be put in place upon Emma Fields and Aspen Distillers. There are many non-compliance, a lot not even mentioned today. I have one concern, but I just wanted to mention that. There's been broken promises and strict resolutions and agreements not met. Emma Fields should not be allowed to continue operations and continue to obtain a special use permit. I understand this is a business that could be shut down, but I'm being run out of my home that I have built. I've spent money in raising my family. I don't want to shut down a business or displace employees, but I have been suffering for 14 months and I have nowhere to go. There are no APSHA units for me to move into. There's no free market homes, kind of under $1.8 million right now. That's not really a transition from my $200,000 APSHA unit that I reside in. After 14 months, we're still fighting for peace in our home, as it was before Emma Fields started operations in November 23. I guess your pictures look like, you said they still look the same, but you know, the buildings were flip-flopped. And when those buildings got flip-flopped and all output was aimed at my home, the transformer should have been flip-flopped to the highway side. And it still could be, but it hasn't. And there's been nothing but procrastination, stories, avoidance, discrediting us. I don't have below human hearing. I'm not sensitive, but I have lived in this for 14 months. And it has degraded my health, my happiness, my business, my life, and my family. The noise and nuisance still felt in our home from Emma Fields' operations continues to torture us and negatively affect our health and well-being in many ways. The low frequency has been located and identified. Operations have been proven many times to run beyond 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. We are tortured in the middle of the night during the quietest hours where there is no traffic. These are operations. It intensifies to a point where I wake up and I feel like someone's standing on my chest. I'm having panic attacks. I'm depressed. I'm on medication now. I've had high blood pressure. I'm healthy and have never been on a prescription in my life. I am not superhuman. This is built up. I wish you could walk into my home and the walls were shaking, but to me they are. I feel it. We have built our lives and our careers and are raising our son in this community. I'm a small business owner who gives back to this community. I can walk to my office from my house. I can walk my son to school. My husband can walk to work. My carbon footprint is low, and I take pride in that in this valley. I grow vegetables in my garden, and I share them with my community. I also take pride in that. Everything we've worked really hard to is being taken from us. This business was not meant for this land. Our community was, our historic 1929 neighborhood was meant for this property. The promises of Emma Fields being good neighbors, I contacted Matt Patel right away. He came back at me as, I have no plans to mitigate this. All of our stuff is working fine. I mentioned the transformer over a year ago, and it had to be ordered by the county to be tested. It's been avoidance and procrastination. That's not good neighbors. They're trusted to be acting on good faith has expired. The EDI reports of nothing runs off hours and equipment meets code, and this noise is not likely coming from Emma Fields, and these neighbors are just sensitive, has expired. My health has expired. There should be no continuance granted today. Today is the day I hope to go home and plan for my future in my home with my family and go back to living a peaceful life. So many non-compliances, they could do whatever they want as long as I have peace in my home. That's all I want.
Thank you.
Have your tours that I've seen on the weekends. Thank you.
Okay, I'll invite, hello.
Thank you. My name is Michael Murison. I live at 24 Eddy Lane. I'm here to speak today about the operations of the Aspen Distillery and the mitigation plan from the Aspen Emma Fields presentation. Chris Brendan has been presenting an ever-changing story. We've heard a lot of different things over a 14-month period. And here we are still again talking about it with no solutions. He's constantly denied this from the beginning, and it's still happening now. In his annual report, which was just submitted, he talks about how the fans occasionally run. What he is telling you is that my statements, my emails, my videos, my complaints to the sheriff have all been true. And he's denied it all along. Emma Fields and Chris Brown have changed their stories multiple times. It's a compounded mess of twisted stories. My statements have remained the same. Now Chris Brennan wants you to set a legacy. He wants you to put Aspen vodka above Pitkin County residents. He wants you to choose vodka over families. He wants you to choose vodka over lives. He wants you to choose vodka over children. He wants you to set a policy that people are expendable when alcohol is being distilled. Emma Fields can develop a large industrial distillery complex, but they can't get a couple pieces of metal shaped into a rectangle. And I don't understand it. The conditions of their special use permit has not been met in multiple areas, and now they are asking for more leniency. This needs to stop. My family needs our lives back. We need this to end today. And those residences, there's not a single sign of life in those things.
Thank you.
Not a single sign of life.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Are there other folks in the audience who would like to come up and give public comment on this annual review? Is there anyone online?
Yeah.
No. You wanted to come up?
Okay. Yeah, the public is still open, but if we don't hear anyone come up here in the next minute or so, we will close it. So
Come on up and
anyone's welcome
get out.
to.
You've been living in the county and
Hi. I'm
Yeah,
living
have a
in the
seat.
residence.
Come on, sit down. Give us your name, please.
My name is Colin
And you have
Broomhead.
3 minutes for comment. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't plan on talking today, but just introduce myself. I've been a resident of the Valley for about 12 years. I work for Downtowner. I'm a regional manager. I run the Basalt Connect, Carbondale Downtowner, and Moab Downtowner. So I just moved in this past week, a little over a week ago. So that's all.
Okay. Into one of the units at
Yes.
this property. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
You're
it.
I'll speak as well.
All right, come on up. Please sit.
Also,
Hang on, sit in front of a mic and give us your name,
yeah.
please.
Devin Fielding, new employee at the distillery as of November 1st. Also a resident there in 84, currently moving in, so that's why you won't see lights on there at night. Yeah, I've been in the Valley since 2015, worked at Aspen Brewing Company for years, now at the distillery. And yeah, just want to let you guys know that I signed one of those leases, and I'll be living there. And hopefully you guys don't decide to shut it down, because I need a job and a place to live. So, but thanks for your time. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Devin? All right, is there anyone else in the audience or online? No. Larissa's hanging on with us here. Okay, I will close the public comment then and bring it back to the board for discussion or any follow-up questions. Seeing none, I have a question for clarification. What is the standard for acceptability for demonstrating these units as being leased, or properly filled according to our criteria for
Right, there's a
employees?
series of documentation that that APCHA provided to me that I passed on to Chris and said, these things need to be fulfilled and complied with. I double checked also with Ashley Pearl of our resilience department that is the same kind of, we're in lockstep on those kinds of things. It's a long list of items.
That we should have in our file to
Yes,
prove
and that
occupancy.
APCHA, I assume will utilize APCHA to help us, gather those documents and catalog them and make sure that these employees are, in fact, working residents of the county. The covenant, the occupancy covenant says these units are to be fully occupied, consistently fully occupied.
Okay. Yes, Suzanne.
Yeah, just I think the covenant runs to the benefit of the county. And as you all are aware, we've been standing up with Ashley Pearl and now Andrew Miller, basically our housing operation that can be able to manage these deed restrictions or covenants for us. In the past, everything went to the benefit of APCHA. And in recent years, we've had a number of these projects where those restrictions are running to the benefit of the county. So I think, this one is very specific about using the APCHA criteria. And while Andrew and Ashley are starting to, figure out how the county is going to manage and enforce these, clearly I think we'd be leaning a bit on APCHA to help us, go, right, these are your requirements, are these the documents that meet that? But again, at this point, we haven't received those to the county to verify.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Thank you. And then I would just like maybe some input from Rye to make sure that I, and maybe by extension the rest of the board, understand what the recommendation is before us today, which is for this special review use that we approved, is to suspend that approval and then request the scheduling of a hearing before a hearing officer on the revocation of that approval. Help me understand what those mean together and separately. Like what if you choose one and not the other, or what is that?
Sure. I think you're generally correct, except I don't think there's a hearing officer proceeding. So a hearing to revoke or
Rye, could you speak into your speaker a little bit more?
I'm sorry, Francie. There's not a hearing officer proceeding that is contemplated by the land use code. With the code, the language in the code is a withdrawal, but it's essentially a revocation or withdrawal of the special use approval granted in 2021. And that is a hearing, that's a public hearing to the Board of County Commissioners. As to Kelly's question about I think does one naturally follow from another? I don't think so. I think you could, for example, and not a suggestion in any way, you could suspend the use until the satisfaction of the terms of the most recent resolution requiring the mitigation plan to be implemented and not follow a follow-up hearing to revoke their special review approval on a larger sense. So you don't have to do that. But other than stating that the revocation or withdrawal procedure would go to a hearing officer, you're generally correct, as I understand staff's recommendation.
Okay, so we can think of these as either separate two recommendations, or, where you can choose one or the other or both, correct?
Yes, and of course you could
And
not
a
take
third.
any action
Yes,
at all.
exactly.
Or approve the annual review subject to a condition that they satisfy the mitigation plan with a further period of time within which to do that. You could continue the annual review hearing further, again, subject to further review upon presumable, as I understand the applicant's request is to continue it and hold the annual review once they have an opportunity to complete the mitigation plan and do the sound testing. So there's a number of action items in front of the board. The resolution that's in front of you right now is their annual review, and that requires you all to vote on it in the form of a resolution. So you'd need to take an action on that, and then you have within that approval, you could approve it as drafted by staff, you could modify it, and or continue, just like you have various resolutions and land use items in front of you. So you do have a little flexibility, I guess, to play with it. It is just, it's akin to just any other informal resolution you have. It's just titled an annual review. So it's almost like an ongoing approval for the special use. And it's a condition of approval related to the original special use approval that was granted in 2021, that they hold the annual review and it gets further approved. So.
Okay. Thank you. So there's a handful of potential paths forward. So I'm going to look to the board for input on where we would like to go. Who wishes to go first? Jeffrey.
Do we have additional information from our own sound specialist? County sound specialist who's in the audience?
He means Tom behind you.
Sorry.
Tom, would you like me to invite Tom up for any input?
Do you have additional information as our county rep?
And if you do, please come up and sit. You have questions for Tom? Okay, if you would mind joining us, please. Thank you. And Francie, I do see your hand. Thank you.
I'll wait. I'm
Okay.
waiting.
I mean, your call if you'd rather have it safety
Yes,
than
of course.
you're good with that.
I'm Tom Dunlop with Pickens County Environmental Health. I don't have anything to add regarding the mitigation strategies that have been laid out for compliance at the distillery. I have worked with their consultant on this significantly over the past few months. The strategies that were laid out by Stuart McGregor from Engineering Dynamics were logical and seemed to be the appropriate mechanism to start addressing some of the neighborhood complaints and issues regarding noise and the low frequency sounds. The only way that we would know if they are effective or not is first they have to be completed, and then secondly a follow-up has to occur from the sound consultant that the distillery has hired, with review by our department, the Environmental Health Department, and the Community Development Department. So as of this moment, nothing has changed from the last time that we discussed this in a few months ago, or a couple of months ago.
Do you have follow-up questions for Tom?
Was there ever and they might not be for you, Tom, so two questions and we can move them over to Chris if possible, but was there ever a desire to move the HE transformer, one, and two, is there any other commissioning of the facility required as per the certifications for the building without going into the details? So in other words, I'm pretty sure you had to do advanced commissioning post-occupancy. And so, Tom, it might not be for you, I might be going back to Chris. But additional advanced commissioning that you've done in the building to ensure that it's performing as prescribed, as described in the drawings.
And I might hand
Sorry,
off
Tom.
part of that
Yeah.
to Matt. There has not been discussion of moving the transformer as a mitigation method. The project has 2 certifications that it went through. A LEED Platinum, it achieved a Platinum status that, as you know from what you do, is a sort of a review of the project, sort of pre-construction and during construction, and then it's sort of a point in time. There's a second system, a Living Building Challenge, that we are in our first. It requires 1 full year of commissioning. That commissioning started, I believe, in August of '24. So we're in that first commissioning year.
Can I add to that just one thing related to your question? In my conversations with Chris, apparently the distillery is not operating at full capacity yet.
That's correct. There was a requirement or a stipulation in, I think, the last resolution that we not operate at full capacity.
And just to follow on.
Yes, go ahead.
And the follow-on really is, given the certifications that you're receiving, that should give us, the community, the added benefit of commissioning all of the mechanical systems.
Correct. Yeah.
And we realize in this world that fans make noise, unfortunately. So everything we're moving to mechanically is noisier than what we did before, hot water, chiller, et cetera. So it's really just a question of if there are any other checks and balances in your world, given your certifications, that could ease the neighborhood concerns.
I mean, not specifically. I think the commissionings that we're discussing now are really energy focused, and about the building being sustainable or frankly a net provider into the system, but not necessarily with. I think that the mechanical systems were designed to be in compliance with the county's noise regulations, and they are, but I don't think it went further than that.
You good?
I think Tom had a follow-up.
Yes, Tom, go ahead.
Leslie brings up a good point that the production is not at full capacity at this point. So what we don't know is when that level is achieved, if that's going to alter all the background testing that we've done, which has been done at a reduced production level. So what we don't know as a county environmental health department is once production is ramped up to where they want it to be as designed, if that's going to create additional noise, vibration, or low frequency issues that we have not been able to measure yet because it's never been operated at that level when we have been doing testing.
And I would just add that I think Tom's right. It's not been operating at full capacity. We would expect more frequency, but not necessarily a higher level of noise. So when we did the sound testing, first of all, we did it in the middle of the night to minimize any other contextual noises, right, from the highway or elsewhere. The distillery doesn't operate at night, and there was some discussion that we had as a team on what are we doing this thing at night, and so it was for the purpose of isolating out any other noises. But also we went through different sequences of cranking everything up to full blast.
And I think what's important to note is the way, let's just talk about the fans. We've got a system installed at the project that logs when these turn on and off. So right now they're programmed to basically operate between Monday and Friday when required between 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. So they don't operate beyond that. If they're operating outside of that parameter, that means something's going wrong, and Roaring Fork Fire is being alerted that there's some reason that these things kind of turn on at night. When those things were turned on for the purpose of the sound study, they were turned up to 100% capacity of that fan, even though that's not what's required for the exchanges. So we measured that at the maximum output that those things could ever, go to, but that's not where those things are designed to operate when they do operate during work hours.
Do you have additional questions? Not right now? Okay, Greg?
Yeah, thanks.
You had some,
Thanks.
and then I'll go to Francie.
Tom, you were on one of the earlier tests when you were measuring the sound middle of the night. And I think I remember what everyone said. We had our sound consultant online as well, your consultant, and you talked about the experience of, I think you went into the neighbor's house and measured from inside the house.
Correct.
I guess I got the impression at the time that the residents may not have cooperated fully, and I just want to understand that. Is that my misunderstanding, or there was some point where it seemed like maybe I'm sorry, Michael may have not cooperated, or so I just want to get that clear, because that was in the back of my head that something wasn't easy enough to get the measurements. Is there anything to that?
I wouldn't classify it as Michael not cooperating. When we were in his house, we were hoping that when the transformer was de-energized, that would be able to send either a modification or reduction or nothing, no change, into Michael's house. So when we visited his house after the transformer was de-energized, he indicated that he had a cold, and the way I remember it, and I don't think there was an intent to not cooperate, at least in my opinion.
Got it. But so were you unable to complete the test, or?
No, the engineering dynamics did complete the testing using the equipment, the sound level equipment that Stuart had. But for me, the important success feature of that would have been if it would have been detectable or not detectable or no difference from occupants of the home. But I don't think there was an intent to not cooperate.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. The hardest part about this is we hear two different stories, and we want to. Certainly, I want to, and I assume my board wants to be fair and try to get to the bottom of this. And it'd be great if we could get both parties to agree on something. And there are times when it just doesn't seem like it's night and day. I think that I really want to see the work get done, and I want to see another sound inspection done. With an inspection by our county staff as well, and I'm almost I kind of want to go down there myself. I need to see and hear this from my own eyes, because it's hard to believe it when you hear it's cognitive disconnect, right? So I was going to propose that we incorporate another site visit for anybody who's interested at the appropriate time after the work has been done. And when the sound engineer is working on site, or maybe at a time like that, I'd like to try to propose that. I also think perhaps more frequent inspections are necessary going forward. I may be out of sequence here, but it seems like this is something that needs to be inspected regularly, so we really get the full picture. When this place is operating at full capacity, by all means, we have to inspect then. And I also have a couple other concerns. I don't want to put you out of business, but it has been extraordinarily frustrating for our board to hear this again and again and again. I think maybe we should suspend operations until the mitigation is finished and the inspections are done and we've had a chance to go down and measure it. I was going to propose that. But I also have another question, and this is going to be something that can be forwarded to the residents. I don't know if I want to ask them to come up and talk about it now, but have they considered or done anything at all to mitigate the sound on their end? Has anything ever been done to try to mitigate the sound coming that they're perceiving? That's important to me to understand. So those are my questions. I'm right now. I guess I'm leaning toward going with the applicant's proposal to continue this until the work is done and the next sound inspection is done. Perhaps combining that with visits from us and or our staff as needed to really, fully understand it. But I think I'm at the end of my rope. I'm also just like really upset about this and have been. So I kind of feel like, this is it. I'm ready to suspend operations, but I kind of think I want to see it through with what you've intended to do. And if you're promising this, by the end of the month, I don't know, by mid-month, whatever, you have to move heaven and earth to do it. And I'm almost contemplating perhaps we should suspend operations until then, which might create an incentive. That's what's swirling in my head. Sorry, it's not clear, and I don't have a precise suggestion yet. But
I'm going to ask a clarifying question of staff, and then Francie, I'm going to go to you. So I don't know how he has two proposals to suspend the operations and do a continuance. I don't know if those operate together.
I don't see that they do. I think they're two proposed courses of action as I see it. One is accept staff's proposal, and one is essentially accepting, one is accepting the applicant's proposal, and one is accepting staff's proposal.
So if there's a suspension, then what form does that come back to us to lift the suspension, so to say?
Well, I think that's what we would need to craft. So I believe that the way the resolution is currently drafted and the suspension would be in place until the sound mitigation plan has been implemented, tested, and the results reviewed by Pickens County staff and the BoCC. So I suppose that the way it's drafted right now contemplates further review of the results of that hearing. But again, crafting the terms upon which a hypothetical suspension in place is somewhat up to the board, as long as it's reasonable what you're imposing with respect to that suspension.
Okay, and you would just bring it back as like a cancellation of the suspension or something like that?
I presume we could bring it back as either, I think you'd probably want to either schedule an additional resolution, considering lifting the suspension probably.
Okay. I understand the two paths now. Thank you. Francie, go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, I didn't think I was going to be there, so I wrote my thoughts down. So bear with me. This is difficult because it's kind of a he say, she say situation. And anyway, Emmett Fields has shown significant attempts to mitigate the noise disturbance. This noise disturbance, when tested, was found to be below the maximum allowed for Pickens County noise ordinance. When tested by a third-party sound engineer and verified by our own county employee, Don Dunlap, or they worked together, I'm not exactly sure that relationship, the sound levels were not excessive, and in fact, some of the reported sound disturbance barely registered within human hearing range. While it is very unfortunate that nearby residents are suffering from this vibration, we are trying to hold a private company accountable for a sound violation, which apparently does not exist. It doesn't appear that they are in violation of any sound ordinance. Emmett Fields is not in violation of our county code, Even given that they are not in violation, Emmett Field's distillery has worked to mitigate sound levels through several processes, including but not limited to installing a sound wall, turning the venting, purchasing sound insulation blankets, and seeking metal fabrication. Their efforts are ongoing, even though they missed the most recent deadline in December. The agricultural fields are being improved at the expense of Emmett Fields and are proposed to be ready in the spring for the first planting, as I understand. Agricultural fields, initially deemed unlikely to support robust crop production, require remediation time to enhance fertility. In addition, Emmett Fields has built an incredible facility to LEED Platinum standards, an exceptional accomplishment, including a letter from our governor. This is the kind of business that we want operating in Pitkin County, a business that commits to standards of construction and then adheres to them. They needed to provide 2 employee housing units to mitigate their impact fees, but when asked to build a third, they complied at considerable additional expense. These employee housing units are beautiful and highly sustainable. The potential harm to Emmett Fields Distillery, the company, that we would impose by suspending the distillery operations, in my opinion, far exceeds the harm caused by the areas of non-conformance with prior approvals. It is difficult to line up buyers for a new product in the first place. Then, ceasing to supply your product could potentially destroy the buyer-seller agreement. This could do irreparable harm to the business. Compound this with the cessation of purchasing contracts with agricultural product, bottling supplies, etc., the laying off of employees, the loss of current product, which is under production, and other harms. This suspension may create the inability of Emmett Fields to recover financially. Is this an equitable and reasonable solution to this problem? Do we want to be shutting down a business? Is there some way, perhaps one of the ways that Rai has mentioned, is there some way we can move this towards resolution without imposing the most strict penalty that exists? Well, I want to see the promised sound mitigation completed, although, as I say, there is no sound ordinance violation. I want to see agricultural operations undertaken, and I would like to see further proof of occupancy in the employee housing units within a reasonable amount of time. I strongly object to the requirement to suspend operations, and I suggest we look for some other way to solve this.
Okay, thank you, Francie. Would you like to provide your preferred solution here?
I would request 5 minutes with our attorney.
Okay. Sorry. Well, let's go hear what Chris has to say, and then we are going to call an executive session. Chris, go ahead.
I appreciate it. I think I want to pick up on Greg's comments. First of all, you're welcome anytime, during a sound study or otherwise, but it might be useful and at least educational and, to see what happens with the sound study and look at the meter and so on. So you're welcome, or anyone. I think the pathway out, at least for me, on some of the unverified information is just better facts. We have better and better and better tracking information, video, we have logs on all the events. And so if a complaint comes in and there's a date and a time, we can go through our system and verify, well, was it on or was it off? And I think that helps. I mean, better facts just help. If there's not specific specificity to those complaints, then we sit here saying, well, it was on, but no, it wasn't, but I think it was. We just go around in circles, and it's frustrating. And I wanted to give you an example of a complaint that was not elevated to the county, and I think it was because there was good facts around it. Mid last year, end of the summer, we got a complaint that came through the county, came through Leslie, and she emailed and says there was operations firing up at 5:30 this morning. This is a big deal. We need to talk about this, and there was a video attached. So I get to work. I watch the video, and the sun is up in the video. I was like, well, the sun wasn't up at 5:30 this morning.
It was at 5:30. It got altered. because we had to shorten the video. We have the original. It was at 5:30.
We can't hold a meeting like this.
Stories.
So the sun was up, I looked at the timestamp, it was timestamped at 8:30. So my response to Leslie was, this is a video of us operating during operating hours. And that complaint was settled at that point. So it didn't elevate up to the BoCC. Now, maybe other folks have different information. The point of bringing all that up is the better information that we have, the better facts that we have, the better we are to talk about what's actually happening. So I think that's, for me anyway, that's the pathway out. What our preference is to be able to complete the sound information, provide the county with everything that needs to be provided with, the housing information. It's not comfortable to sit here and listen to where we are with that, but the units are occupied. We owe the county information. We'll provide that information as quickly as we can. And see you back here, I would suggest March 19th. And God bless us, we can do it.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to open public comment. I will acknowledge that I think that this record has demonstrated that there is a lack of agreement around facts, and that has been very, very clear for our board to recognize that, you know, we hear facts from one side, we hear facts from another side, and we haven't all agreed to what that record says, and that continues on even at this moment. We are going to call a executive session with our attorney, and so for the purposes
if I can suggest a motion, that'd be great.
That would be great, right?
So that
Thank
would be, I would suggest that the purpose of the meeting is for discussion with counsel for the purpose of receiving legal advice pursuant to 24-6-4024B, and the discussion would be related to special review criteria and enforcement procedure related to Emma Field's annual review.
So the board and attorney and staff are going to adjourn to a conference room upstairs. Francie will call you, and we will come back into this room when we've concluded that conversation to resume this public hearing.
You're just going to call me on my telephone?
Francie has a Zoom link, sorry.
Yeah, I just sent a Zoom link out, and I do need a motion in a second.
Yes, thank you. Can I have a motion? So move from Greg.
Second.
Second from Jeffrey. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We will be back in this room at the conclusion of our conference with attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, January 22nd. Thank you for the break so we could convene an executive session with our attorney to discuss the Emma Fields 2025 annual review. We needed to get some further insight onto what our options and obligations were relative to our decision about the annual review. And I will go ahead and present what I think will be our path forward. But first, I would like to hear an item that came up in discussion upstairs that we decided not to talk about up there because it was more appropriate to talk about down here, is relative to the agricultural plantings on the property. And so if we could, if Leslie, you want to describe for us the input you've received or the concerns that staff has relative to the requirement for those plantings, we can discuss that and hear from applicant about their plans to comply with those conditions.
Okay, so in some of the public comment that we got as part of public noticing this annual review, one of the other issues that came up was revegetation of the 4 acres. And during the review and approval of the special review use, Dr. Patel represented that the 4 acres were going to be planted. And at the time, it wasn't, I don't think you were sure what you were going to plant there, but there were representations that it would be some agricultural crop. If you noticed in the annual report that they just submitted, they were talking about maybe turning the land over to a small local farmer to manage the land and manage the crop. I've gotten some input from the Roaring Fork Meadows Ranch Homeowners Association that they're wondering what's up with that. It was represented all along that that was going to be planted fields. So I think it's important to not lose sight of that, and then as well as moving forward any weed management and any completion of landscaping that was also represented during the review.
All right, are there further questions for Leslie right now? Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Chris to discuss their plans for complying. Go ahead.
I'll touch on landscaping, the second point first, then I'll hand it over to Matt to talk about the agricultural operation. There are some complaints that came in. We recognize there's some sort of a native vegetation along the front of Hoagland Ranch Road that was installed over different phases last summer. There's weeds that popped up. There's sort of required sort of oversight and maintenance until a native vegetation can really be the dominant set of species. So we will be actively doing weed maintenance this year. We have a different vendor to be helping us with that. There's also some complaints about various sort of leftover construction signage. I think there's some sign maybe from the prior use, just some random junk that needs to be cleaned up. We've had some issues with trespassing, so there will be no trespassing signs, and we hope to do that not with the Ace Hardware version, but some nicer looking sign. But there will be no trespassing signs. And then for the agricultural, Matt can speak to that.
Yeah, and I'll kind of touch on the landscaping. Premier Landscape Works was given the contract to basically install the landscaping plan per the approved design plans, and part of that included a 1-year maintenance program because they wanted to make sure that they were maintaining their stock because they were guaranteeing their stock. Now that contract is expired, we are going to be contracting, with a company for ongoing maintenance. We have charged Jared to kind of work with who's doing the maintenance over at Roaring Fork Meadow, potentially to kind of use the same vendor. So, we're kind of matching whatever protocols they have on that side. But, part of that program includes maintenance of any spraying for noxious weeds. The 4 acres that, the intent is for agriculture, that soil again, and I think I've gone over this before, was so depleted that we were able to use tailings when they dredged Hallam Lake to kind of process the existing soil, but that process, for that soil to become useful for agriculture, isn't something you could just kind of plant something on and expect, fertile yield without putting a ton of fertilizer and things like that, we're not, intent on doing. So it has been seeded with alfalfa twice now, just to make sure we have a good cover crop. And we do have a program where we're going to partner with kind of an emerging farmer that may not, be ready to kind of take on all the obligation of land ownership and running and do some kind of partnership with them to basically just kind of grow, produce for valley use, but nothing that, the company is trying to profit from, just an added amenity for, our partnerships with local companies.
Okay. Other questions for applicants? I just would note, Leslie, in the resolution, there's no language relative to the compliance with the initial agricultural components of the approval. Is that something that we need to?
We would need to add that this resolution was not a resolution to approve annual review.
Right.
So it didn't have your list of stuff in there.
Okay. Okay, well, let's move into that portion of the conversation then. So, as I said, we convened an executive session to get guidance from our attorney on kind of what options are. It became a bit clear that our board was split on whether to adhere to staff's recommendation on a suspension or applicant's request for a continuation. And so we are planning to move forward with a combination of the two. And so what I will explain that to be, and correct me anyone if you think I've misrepresented, that is an intention to approve the 2025 annual review, subject to a condition that all of the sound mitigation work and proper proof of employee unit occupancy will be completed, and sound testing completed and submitted to staff by February 28th, at which time, if it's not completed and submitted to staff, then a suspension will occur until all of those criteria are met, and staff will have the administrative authority to lift that suspension. Then we will request that testing be done again approximately within 365 days of when the testing was performed last summer, and those results included in the 2026 annual review process. Now, the purpose for requiring that is so we have a baseline taken in the summer compared with how the mitigation is working at a similar time of year. We would like the sound testing to also be done when this mitigation is done now, but recognize that winter conditions might not result in the same effect of sound mitigation as the summer. And so having test results in both is meaningful for the board to have. So that is our plan moving forward. I'm looking for a little help from staff, again, if we need to add any language to the findings, or, we're gonna have to amend this. So we need to amend the findings a bit to acknowledge some of these other things that were required in initial approval and need to be carried forward in future reviews as well, such as the weed management and landscaping and ag operation plans as presented by the applicant to the board today. So how do we want to do that? Leslie?
So I would,
And then I'll go to you, Jeffrey.
we have to draft this
Rewrite
resolution again.
Yeah.
So, but I just want to, I think I would draft it similarly to our other annual review resolutions with this additional deadline of, what, the deadline's February 25th? 28th, sorry, as well as I would add this paragraph, all material representations made by the applicant and subsequent correspondence, and as well as the applicant shall continue to be bound by all conditions of resolution number 35, 2021. That was the original resolution. And resolution 89, 2024, that was your previous annual review resolution. So we can, since we haven't talked about everything, we can capture it all in there. And you know, each time I've included the list of what the annual report needs to include. And then I would just want to add to that list specific detail on the landscaping of the 4 acres and weed management and landscaping of the land along Hoagland Ranch.
So that's expected to continue. And I also forgot to include that by the 28th, we would like the questions posed by environmental health to be answered by applicant. And those are as listed in our memo. Why can't a regular rectangular vent be turned using custom sheet metal design? Why does the wall vary in thickness from what was discussed in previous presentations? Was the wall installed as designed? If not, is the installed wall as effective as the designed wall? Why does the wall not go to the ground? Past discussions included the wall at ground level or below. And will sound level readings taken in colder temperatures with snow affect a comparison to past sound level readings? I think we've resolved that last one, but.
And I just want to emphasize, even though this will roll over, but in September of last year, we spent a ton of time talking about the hours of operation of the distillery and how we would resolve any complaints that we get. And so that will also roll over into this resolution.
Okay. Did I get it right, colleagues? I see Francie with her hand up. Go ahead. You're on mute.
Do you want a motion for that resolution?
We're still discussing.
Yeah.
Point of clarification.
Hold on one moment, and then I'll request a motion, Francie. Thank you. Rye, go ahead.
Leslie mentioned that specific provisions of prior approvals would remain in effect. I assume that all conditions of prior approvals would remain in effect except as modified here today. So I think that was what Leslie was saying, but I just wanted to make sure it was clear moving forward. So
Thank you for that clarification. Chris, did you have something you wanted to respond to?
I think I understand what's going on. I might ask, or it may be clarified with the motion.
I'm sorry. The motion is to approve the 2025.
Let me just,
annual review.
can I just say what I think I'm hearing? Because we're taking it all in sort of broken field running. So there would be an approval of the current annual review of Emma Fields, subject to the sound mitigation being installed, tested, information to the county's satisfaction regarding the employee housing units, and the questions from environmental health being answered, all of that delivered on or before the 28th of February, or a suspension engages at that point. And then secondly, a testing again approximately the same time we did in 2024 to replicate as best we can the testing conditions that were done in 2024. And that report would be part of the review, I guess, at 2026.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you.
Good. Okay. All right, Francie, go ahead.
I got it. I'm not going to repeat it. I'm going to make a motion to pass a resolution as stated very clearly by Leslie Lamont.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I can second that, but I did want to bring up something, if I could, as I'm seconding, is that you could answer these questions now. And I think the reason I'm asking is because if you find yourself looking at these questions, the question I have is, the impression I get is that I don't get the impression you guys are trying very hard. It's like we could really do what we think is necessary to do the absolute best job possible, and I'm not seeing evidence of that. And that's what I think these questions are getting to. And you could answer those today and move forward. But I will second the motion.
Thank you, Greg. Is there any further discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Okay. Thank you. Let's get it done.
Okay. We will let you know through staff when testing is going to happen, in case you want to come
And
be
just so
part of
you
it.
know, Tom Dunblock will be out until the February 15th, and it would be great to schedule the testing when Tom can go.
Yep.
Yeah, Tom
Okay.
has to be here for that
Okay.
testing.
Great, thank
Do
you.
it, guys.
All right.
We have to go now.
Okay, bye, Francie. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Francie, oh, okay, we're good.
Oh, we can't talk about our, we're gonna put off the retreat discussion again. Sorry.
Well, we
Okay,
can just make
is there
decide.
is there any open discussion?
Yeah, we do have one open discussion. Leslie, do you want to take that one? Or?
Yes, so the amendment to the special review use of Bayou Retreat is on your agenda for February 12th.
Yes.
And we would like to, if it works, schedule a site visit for you prior to February 12th.
Okay. Is that amenable to the board? Do people want to go up to Bayou and tromp around
On February,
sometime before February 12th? So that gives us about 3 weeks. Did you have any proposed dates?
Well, when I was talking to Charlotte about this yesterday, she noted that you did not have a meeting on the 29th, next Wednesday.
Oh, right.
However, I will not be here that week. Rye
What's the
has
current
his,
status of noticing for this land use application? Like, has it been noticed already?
Yeah, oh yeah,
For the 12th?
oh yeah.
Okay, so I think it might be tough to do a site visit before that notice, unless you're gonna re-notice everybody that you're gonna essentially have a meeting on the application in advance of the notice for the review of the application. Because you're essentially holding a meeting in advance of the meeting that you now have noticed on the application. So if you have time under the code to re-notice it for a site visit next week, you can do that. If you don't have time under the provisions of the code, I don't think you can do that.
I guess we've never done the land use code noticing for a site visit.
For a
We've
site
always
visit.
just done the,
Right, because you've done it at,
not always.
No.
okay, well,
I would.
I'll be clear then. You've scheduled the site visit, usually after you've had the meeting on it, where you all talk about, you know what, a site visit would be really helpful for this. So I think we should be really careful about how we're doing that. And I'm happy to look at the code to make sure we can do that in a timely manner, because I think the code for
We would not,
this
well,
would,
It's 48 hours, isn't it
if we're
48 or
doing the
24
land use
hours?
code noticing, you're saying publication, mailing?
well, I don't know, what is it right
And posting
now?
a sign? For the 12th, we would have published, mailed, and posted a sign. That would
Yeah.
be the requirement under the land use code for the public hearing on the 12th.
Yeah, I think you gotta do that in advance of doing a site visit on the application. Just, sorry to burst your
Throw a
bubble.
new wrench
I
in
guess.
our.
Are you new?
I've never had, yes. I haven't had, I don't recall in recent memory a time where we've done a site visit on a land use application in advance of the first hearing you've actually had on the land use application. Just, I can't recall.
Seems like there may have been
I'm
one.
guessing I
think
could come up with one, but I'd have to rack my brain. on
Yeah.
it.
I'd have
But
to rack my
I'm sure
brain
we've done it where
too.
we've done this, where we've come to the board beforehand and said,
I'm
we know this
sure we
is something
have.
you'd probably like to visit, so should we get out in front of it rather than having to have a hearing that gets continued so you can have a site visit? But I don't have one off the top of my
I
head
know,
to
I'm
share
sorry.
with you.
I think Albany, we did that.
What's Albany?
The Albany property,
Albany property.
160 acres past Spring Gulch.
maybe Deerhammer, no, maybe. Anyway.
I would say, sorry.
Sounds like maybe we need to resolve this before you can make it.
Pandora.
Yes.
Telecom towers.
Do we want to, I'm happy to hold next Wednesday as available if you guys want to sort that out and shoot it to us
I
by
can try
email.
and do
It
that.
depends upon Suzanne, because
Next Wednesday sorry.
For a site visit up to Bayul and lunch in Basalt after.
I mean,
I will
it's
be
going to
in Denver.
be 3 hours.
I'll be out of town, so you guys can go do that. I don't need to go.
Okay. Yeah. Alternatively, the 5th might be okay too.
The 5th? Okay.
Okay, is there other open discussion items that anyone has?
Well, we were hoping to circle back on the retreat. I don't know if there's any new information from John. I had asked Francie what she was thinking, if there's any new information, but haven't heard from her.
Did you have a strong opinion about Toklat one way or another?
I would be happy with Toklat. I would also be happy. I find fire stations really inspiring, so I would be happy at either the Snowmass,
wanted to be a
Elgin
fireman.
Bell, or Aspen Fire
You could go up to the
Protection District.
Marble Fire Station. I
Yeah.
spent a lot of time
Wanted
there.
to- yeah.
Okay.
I would be happy with Toklat, and we could arrange transportation.
I would
to get it
too. I'd
done.
love for this to be more of a consensus decision by the board than a
Fire station.
Well,
3 out of 5.
silence is consent.
No. So I don't think we've gotten closer, Greg, but we've heard
It
your
would
strong
probably include
preference.
shuttle vehicles, so that that would be, keep more cars off the road.
Okay. Any
Okay,
other
so
open discussion
You can bring it back
items?
Whenever you want.
No? Okay. I would like a motion to adjourn
So
regular session.
moved.
Thank you, Greg.
Seconded.
Seconded. Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. Thank you, Grassroots.
Thank you all. Thanks for getting us through that.